19 habitation. Leanne will send an email with contact info.
And is that the information I just highlighted here?
Yes.
Is that, and that's at 1952, you said?
Yes.
And did you review that phone call?
Yes.
And was that accurate, that they were gonna send an email with the contact info?
Yes.
And that information isn't detailed in your radio calls or in your, and when I mean that information, I mean whether those emails actually happened or that contact actually happened, wouldn't be documented in your call logs or in your call detail reports, correct?
Right.
And earlier you said sometimes deputies and other agencies have contact that you're not part of in terms of dispatch, is that right?
Right.
So that could have happened here and it wouldn't be detailed in the report, correct?
Correct.
Now I just want to clean up a few details from earlier. And this is a small note, but I recall defense counsel asking you about these contacts between Sergeant Rodriguez and dispatch regarding the body starting around 1821, 1824, or 1824. Is that right?
Right.
Do you recall that?
Right.
And then at some point she indicated that Sergeant Rodriguez later detailed that he was en route to the call in 1837, which was after the information he put in. Do you remember that questioning?
I do not recall.
Was it actually Sergeant Rodriguez who said that he was en route to the call at 1837?
No, it was, this states it was Detective Mario Barba.
So, and when it's en route to the call, does that necessarily mean you're going to the scene? Could it also mean you're going to the station or some other location?
Right.
And this time was definitely not Sergeant Rodriguez, so is that right?
Right.
And the number that's on there, that's the deputy's badge number, is that right?
Yes.
And that's how you know that's Detective Rodriguez?
Yes.
There was also a reference, I think it was on the first call log. Did you flip to the first call log? And it's page 2 of that call log.
Gotcha.
There was a reference at 1606 by dispatcher Kanyas.
Okay, I'm going to pause that. I so apologize. We did this in such a hurry. I thought my mic was on and it wasn't. This is the George Kelly trial. Yesterday morning, it was super spicy. The judge was very irritated and snippy. Then yesterday afternoon, they went to the ranch where the jury and the court got to view the locations where everything had allegedly had occurred. Today, we are on a live stream provided to me by Recovery Addict. Thank you so very much. Guys, forgive me. I am still learning this process. It is all new to me. I've only been doing this a matter of a few weeks, and I think I'm doing pretty darn good considering. But, Recovery Addict, you don't know this, but you become a mentor to me, whether you like it or not. And I'm so blessed to have you give me the advice you've given. The lady on the stand right now is an EMS dispatcher. And she, I don't know exactly her role, but from what I gather from her previous testimony, she also is a part of the records keeping, quarter record. I mean, not quarter records, but she's kind of in charge of some of the records. She's sitting here explaining the 1040s, the 1835s, or whatever codes they use. So that's where we are.
About a coyote. Are you familiar with who that relates to?
The word coyote,
Yes.
it's a street name,
Is
an
this-
actual street.
Is this a deputy calling off duty at his house?
No, this is a deputy. We asked for a welfare check on them. They said they were okay. Their location was by Coyote.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then there was some conversation about who is reporting party and who is complaining in the comments on the call log. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Do you all use reporting party and complainant necessarily always to relate to the person who made the call?
not always.
Do you have to read it in context to figure out who they're talking about?
Yes.
The 911 call we've been talking about, who initiated that call?
It was dispatcher Ivana Canis.
So that's not a call that was received, that's a call your dispatcher made, correct?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Any questions for this witness from any members of the jury? Very well, seeing none. Thank you very much. So you can call us next
I
witness.
thought for a second there we were looking at
There's no recall.
testimony from previous day, but this is the same testimony. This is a different day of testimony. She was here to finish up. She and her husband had to go to a therapy session. He was involved in an officer shooting or something. So she's back in the stand now. This gentleman
And you obviously remember that you're still on there.
actually is the man who's been handling all of the evidence. He has sat in this entire trial, so he is testifying with the knowledge of what everybody else has said. So it'll be interesting. He's going to take a while. I think this may be the prosecution's very last witness, but this gentleman here, he has been one of the only one that I know of that has been able to sit and listen through every second of this trial. I'm always questionable about their testimony, depending on what's asked. He has a benefit that other people do not have. Oh, poor Mr. Kelly. I can't imagine being his age going through this. Good old rancher. Now, I know he may have said things that may not have been appropriate. I know he may have been blowing steam or whatnot, but gosh, look at him. So exhausting, y'all. I have been a witness, and I've been sitting there behind family like his life. I've been in life. And let me tell you, it's grueling. I'm
Yesterday
so happy
we
to have this feed. We
did
can
a
see
lot
the
of
evidence and what they're
exhibits.
showing now.
You recall that yesterday?
Thank you so
Today we're going
much,
to go through the timeline.
KBOA, for having a
your
live
involvement
stream.
in this
We appreciate you.
investigation, Okay. I may refer to some of the exhibits, but we'll try to keep that to a minimum.
Just wish we had better audio.
Start off by first having you introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Jorge Ainza. Last name is Ainza.
You have the closed captioning on, but
I'm
it's
one
not
of the
presenting.
detectives assigned to the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office, Criminal Investigations Division.
Give us a bird's eye view of your career path at the Sheriff's Department.
So I began my career back in 2006. I started as a detention officer. I attended what's called the Correctional Officer Training Academy. It was a 9-week academy, and I successfully graduated from that. I was there for approximately 18 months at the detention facility. And in the early year of 2007, there was a position that was open for deputy sheriff. After successfully going through the hiring process, I was offered a position for deputy sheriff in June of 2007. Actually, 2008, I'm sorry. From there, I was successfully picked. I was offered the position. I attended a 17-week academy, identified at SELECTI, which is the Southern Arizona Law Enforcement Training Center in Tucson, Arizona. And I successfully graduated in October of 2008.
And since 2008?
Then from 2008, I came back to the department where I went through another training, which is an FTO program, which consists of 12 weeks. You go through different FTOs, different trainers, and I successfully passed the FTO program and was assigned to the patrol division.
And how long were you in patrol?
I was in patrol approximately 9 years. And I started as a regular patrol deputy, which is deputy 1. Through the years, I went for deputy 2. And then 4 or 5 years into patrol, I got promoted to corporal. And I was a second line supervisor for my squad on patrol.
And I'm gonna hone in on this patrol period of your career. As a patrol officer, have you received code 3s?
All the time.
What's a code 3?
Code 3 is where we are authorized to respond to a call for service as fast but as safe as possible. This is with lights on, reds and blues, and emergency siren on.
And so when you respond to a scene as a patrol officer, are you questioning the veracity of whoever is calling in about the scene?
No, we don't.
You understand the question?
Well, go ahead and repeat again.
Are you second guessing, whoever called you out to the scene, are you second guessing the information when you respond?
No, of course not.
So you don't know if it's true or not,
That's correct.
but you're responding.
We're responding.
So after your patrol time, you said about 8 years in patrol, what else do you, walk me through the next phase of your career.
So during patrol, I obtained some certifications, some training, specialty trainings. I became a field training officer myself. I'm a phlebotomist for the department. I take blood for DUI investigations. I am also HGN certified, which is an exam that specializes in detecting under the influence drivers. I am also a senior team leader SWAT member for our team. After that, approximately 9 years on patrol, there was a position that was offered for the Criminal Investigations Division. I submitted my letter of interest, and after several months, I was offered a position, and I've been there to this day.
And how long is that in years?
Going in 7.5 years now.
And your time at this, can I say CID?
Yes, sir.
And that stands for?
Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay, CID, 7 years. What kind of cases do you work at CID?
So basically, the role of CID, we take over investigations where patrol run out of, can't remember the word, but we take serious cases. We continue with cases when patrol deputies run out of resources, anywhere from serious bank frauds, sexual assaults, crimes against children, robberies, burglaries, auto thefts, homicides, any serious incident that patrol cannot or doesn't have the function to continue with the investigation. That's the one we jump in.
You take over the investigation.
Yes, we take over the investigation.
You mentioned homicides. How many homicides in your 7-year period as the CID?
In CID, I've been directly, indirectly involved. I believe it's 7.
And those homicides, do they involve weapons at all?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember if all 7 did?
Actually, yes.
What kind of weapons are we talking about?
We're talking from a small pocket knife to high-power rifles, shotguns, handguns, actually, too.
And within CID, 7 years, did you obtain the position of a senior detective?
Yes, I am actually the senior detective right now. We have our supervisor, which is Sergeant Flores. Yes, he's retired, came from another agency, has a background, but I'm the senior one right now, under him.
And how many CID detectives are in the unit?
So right now it's myself, Detective Huerta, Detective Barba, Detective Muskis, and our sergeant. So it's 5 of us.
5 total, including the supervisor.
That's correct.
Small unit?
Yes, it is.
And as a small unit CID, obviously we see cases, you've seen cases that get kind of complicated, right?
That's correct.
You often ask the assistance from sister jurisdictions like DPS and neighboring counties?
Yes, we do. We don't have the luxury of being a big department, so our resources are limited, especially with these cases. We have a real good relationship with surrounding agencies, and we do call them, and they always assist.
Is that common or uncommon?
It's common.
Does that include DPS?
Yes, it does.
Does that include Pima County?
Yes, it does.
Does that include the FBI?
Yes, it does.
Does that include Border Patrol?
Yes, it does.
Does that include DEA?
Yes, it does.
Just the alphabet of agencies that you guys can call upon for assistance.
That's correct.
And specifically about medical examiner, do you guys in Pima County, in Santa Cruz County, do you guys have your own medical examiner?
Unfortunately, we don't have an OME, which is the Office of the Medical Examiner here in Santa Cruz.
What do you guys do then?
We have us, which is Pima County, that's what we use. It's the Pima County in Tucson, Arizona.
And do you know, so that's the person that helps perform any required autopsies for you?
That's correct.
Do you know if there's a separate group at the Pima County Office for death investigators?
They do.
They do. Is there a contract between your office and their office?
We do have a contract, but it's only for our autopsies, not for the actual investigators to come out and help us.
You don't have any information or knowledge about why that is, right?
I do not know.
Let's talk about involvement in this case, okay? We're going to shift now to this case.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who, you're a senior detective, so do you recall who was first on scene in this case?
During the first call?
Yeah, during the first call.
During the first call, it was several deputies along with the United States Border Patrol.
And when someone is first called out, what's the goal on a first call out for people responding?
Well, a call like this, or every call actually, requires first, most important is preservation of life.
Okay, anything else?
From there, once we arrive, it's preservation of the scene. From there, we go on to identifying victims, render aid to any victims if need be. We identify witness or witnesses, separate them. We identify suspect or suspects and separate them as well. And once that is done, we go ahead and start a crime scene log. It depends on the call. Not all crimes and scenes require a crime scene log, but in this case, there's a crime scene log that it's performed.
First goal, preservation of life.
That's correct.
And then with CID, so we have officers who respond, code 3, lights and sirens. When CID responds, just reiterate, what's the goal when CID gets on scene now?
Once CID gets there, we make sure the scene is preserved. We make sure that everything, like I stated right now, witnesses get separated, victims get separated. Once the initial deputy starts getting all the information, the who, what, when, where, and why we're there. And from there, we start our investigation.
Are you familiar with what time the first call came in?
The first call, it was at approximately 1440 hours.
We're going to use civilian.
2:40, I'm sorry, 2:40 p.m.
And that call, what was the next step that the sheriff's department did in response to that call?
The several deputies, along with Border Patrol, arrived at the residence.
Are you familiar with the term security sweep versus, you're familiar with the term security sweep?
Yes.
Familiar with what a search warrant is?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you've done several search warrants in this case.
Plenty.
And in your investigation experience, you've done a lot of search warrants.
Numerous.
Right? Explain to the jury the difference between a security sweep and, say, a search.
So a security sweep.
I got to stop it right here for a split second, y'all. Here's the problem. Security, oh, my pad is not doing what I wanted. Thank you. Security sweep is when they just walk through to make sure everything is secure. The problem is when they told Ms. Kelly, I don't know if it was her husband, it was never made clear, her husband or the sheriff officer. I think the sheriff officer told Ms. Kelly to please get your coat and your purse and come with us. But Mr. Kelly told her to please turn on the porch lights in the front and the back of the house because they were still investigating. The one in the front of the house, she just reached in because there's a coat tree where she had her coat hanging. And so she got her coat because it was cold. She got her purse and she reached in, she flipped the light on. Then he said, I need you to turn the back porch light on. So she goes through her house to the back porch light, coming out the living room area, and goes to turn it off. Well, here's a problem. A female deputy walked with Miss Kelly through the house, didn't ask if she could enter, didn't ask permission to come in, didn't say that there's a search warrant, didn't say anything. She just followed Miss Kelly. Now, understand, Miss Kelly doesn't know the law. She doesn't know what the rules are. So she wouldn't know better. But to me, anything gotten after that moment should be ill gain because they entered the premise of that house without permission and without a warrant. In my humble opinion, that is an issue. I'll be right back.
Sweep is basically you get to a location and you are looking for any possible people that can be an immediate threat to responding officers. Basically, you're searching for people.
What's the reason?
For officer safety, make sure everything's secured around the perimeter, the residence, the field, whatever needs to be protected.
And once that person is identified, what happens to all the anxiety that builds up about first on scene when you find the person? What happens?
There's a lot of adrenaline that comes with this. Once you do find the person, whether it be a suspect or victim, everything is still chaotic, but you calm down a little bit.
And at this point, do you recall, lead detective, do you recall if there was a body found on the first call out with detectives?
No,
Not by SO?
not by the SO or Border Patrol that were assisting that day.
But they found the defendant.
They did.
You know what time they cleared scene on the first call out? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact time.
But sometime in the afternoon?
Yes, late after.
And then sometime after people cleared the scene, there was a subsequent call out.
Yes,
We've got two call outs, early afternoon, then early evening.
that's correct.
All right, I'm gonna hone in on this early evening one, okay? Do you remember approximately what time a phone call came in to the SO?
So approximately 17:56 or 36 hours. I can't recall exactly the time, but it was around that time.
Civilian speak.
5:56, I apologize.
Around that time. When did you get called?
I got called at 6:29 p.m.
And what were you asked to do?
The initial request was for my sergeant. He wanted me to respond to the sheriff's office, CID.
Did you know why at the time?
He just told me of a possible homicide that occurred in the Keno Springs area.
Did you go to the scene on either the first call out or the second call out?
No, I did not respond for the first or second call.
So you're over here at CID, the Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir, down the hill.
Eventually, the defendant shows up at CID, right?
That's correct.
And you remember approximately what time that was?
I can't remember approximately what time he arrived, but I know the time I began my interview with Mr. Kelly.
What time did you start your interview?
I started my interview with Mr. Kelly at 8:29 at night.
So you arrive at the Sheriff's Department around 6:30, and you're conducting an interview with the defendant at roughly 8:30.
That's correct.
In that period of time, that 2-hour period of time, what are you doing?
So prior to Mr. Kelly being transported to the sheriff's office, I was in contact with several people trying to gather more information as to what happened I came into this blank call in a blank state. I had minimal information. Once I got there, I started making phone calls. I made contact with my sergeant, Sergeant Rodriguez, United States Border Patrol Agent Morcell, and our dispatch.
So you called officers on scene,
Yes,
you called Border Patrol,
yes,
and you specifically said Marcel.
yes,
You also talked to dispatch.
that's correct.
Why would you do any of those things?
Because like I stated, I came into the office with minimal information, and I knew Mr. Kelly was being transported. I wanted to gather as much information I could before I could speak to Mr. Kelly.
And during that 2-hour period, did you listen in? You were here, did you, at that moment, that 2-hour period, did you listen to Government Exhibit 56, which is the recording of the dispatch call?
Yes,
So you've got a bunch of information now ready to interview the defendant.
that's correct.
And what time was that? Did you start that interview?
At 8:29 p.m.,
Do you know how long that interview was for?
approximately 45 minutes. I believe I completed my interview with Mr. Kelly at 9:19 p.m.
It'll be about 50 minutes.
50 minutes, what it is. Not good at math, sorry.
That's fine. After you interviewed him, what decision did you make after you interviewed him?
Based on all the information I received, Mr. Kelly's interview, I had probable cause to arrest Mr. Kelly.
We're going to get in that interview in a bit, but I just want to continue with my timeline, okay? Did you book him?
Yes, I did. Actually, not physically booking, but I was involved in the booking form.
Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you. I'm sorry I had a, oops, what did I do?
Do you remember the charge you booked him for?
I did. It was first degree murder.
Y'all, it's still in my ear.
And what
That's looking for your phone when it's still in your hand.
to book a defendant into custody?
The totality of circumstances.
This is
leading,
only in the right ear available. It's just the
what was
weirdest
communicated.
thing. It's just the way
Well,
it is.
I got the totality, but I'm talking about, is it probable cause, clear and
On
convincing,
the
beyond
stand,
reasonable
he
doubt? Do you know the
is
standard that you
the,
use before you book an individual?
That's probable cause.
he
Probable
is
cause.
the evidence guy and detective.
And in your permission to approach with government exhibit number 2, which has been admitted, I believe, yesterday. Permission to publish it. You recognize this from yesterday. We talked about this
Once
yesterday,
again,
right?
this gentleman here
Walk
has
arounds
sit
and the whole
and
thing.
listened to the
You're gonna
entire
see it again?
court
No, I
case.
recognize that.
He is the only witness that has been permitted to do so.
Show you the first page. You recognize that?
Yay, we finally get
Yes,
to
I do.
see.
Can you circle for me the name of the defendant? You go around the thing. Okay, clear it for me. Circle the address for me. Go ahead and clear it. And how tall is Mr. Kelly?
He is 6 feet 0 inches. Sorry.
You have the time there when he's arrested?
Yes.
What time is that?
21/21, 9:21 p.m.
And how far after your interview with him concluded did you make the decision to arrest
I
him?
apologize for the sound. It is not the best of quality. I can't do anything about it.
You should have second page, exhibit 2, page 3A. Recognize that?
Yes.
It's written, we've got ourselves a little comment section. Do you see that in the middle? Can you read that for the jury?
Mr. Kelly was involved in a shooting at 100 Willow Cross Circle in Nogales, Arizona. Mr. Kelly was discovered carrying a rifle on his property after it was learned he was chasing undocumented foreign nationals. Mr. Kelly was interviewed and admitted to shooting at male subjects. A deceased male subject was discovered on the property.
There's a couple of things I want to ask you about this. Is there any information, other than from the defendant, that there were other male subjects other than the victim and Daniel on the property?
That's correct.
That's a yes or no?
No other information.
No other information other than what the
I'm
defendant
going to
said.
object to leading an argument.
Let me go to the second point here. You said on here there was, so it's the second last line or the last sentence about Mr. Kelly shooting. Can you reread that part for me, Detective?
Let's see. Which one? Where he was involved in the shooting or discovered carrying a rifle?
I'll just read it. Submitted. Mr. Kelly was interviewed and admitted to shooting at male subjects. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Where's that information come from, Detective?
It comes from him
This is
And
United States Border Patrol.
in your interview with Mr. Kelly, was it voluntary?
Yes, it was.
Did you offer him any promises?
No, I didn't.
Do you threaten him in any way?
None whatsoever.
Objection, leading.
whoa. He used
We're going
to
to play this.
really
We're going
be
to play
more
this as,
on the defense.
depends on the timing here, but how long into it's a 50-minute interview. How long into it does he admit to shooting
Really be more
at
on
the direction of these
side. But
individuals?
right now,
Approximately 30 minutes into my
not on their
interview,
side, but a little more
Kelly
tolerant
finally
of them.
admits to
Judge is still
shooting.
snippy.
After the booking form said 9/21, what did you do after 9/21 after booking the defendant?
At this time, I sat at my desk and started preparing an affidavit for a search warrant.
Did you interview Miss Wanda Kelly?
Yes, that was before. Yes, after Mr. Kelly, I apologize. After Mr. Kelly, I did interview Mrs. Kelly.
And I forgot to ask you, who else was with you in the interview with defendant?
Detective Mario Barba.
And who was lead on that interview?
I was.
And when you interviewed Miss Wanda Kelly, was it voluntary?
Yes, it was.
Did you promise her anything?
No,
Did you threaten her in any way?
no whatsoever.
I'm going to show you.
What? Fill me in. I can't hear you.
And both interviews with the defendant and Ms. Kelly recorded.
Audio and video recorded.
Are you trying to make something?
No.
Want to do that first?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm really struggling to hear some of this. I don't have the best of hearing, y'all. But
The first exhibit 131, that staple is all funky, so just be aware. Do you recognize the state exhibits 131, 132, and 133?
Yes.
And what are those for the court?
These are white and color CDs. They are labeled first clip, second clip, and third clip.
And those are clips of what interview?
With Mrs. Wanda Kelly.
And you conducted that interview,
Yes, I did.
right? And you reviewed those discs?
Yes, I did.
Did you initial those discs?
Yes, I did.
Fair and accurate representations of the interview?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit government exhibit 131 to 132 and 133.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay. This witness has already testified. They had a fair chance to question on any part of this. None of it was used to refresh recollection or for impeachment. Therefore, this is purely hearsay.
I mean, I think Ms. Wanda Kelly had testified that she disputed some of the things, and these clips go to contradicting Ms. Wanda Kelly's testimony.
overruled.
There's no way you can tell from that. But we'll circle back after lunch. We'll continue. We can continue.
I don't know if you heard that. The clerk says that 131 has already been admitted.
That's correct, Your Honor, and you indicated when I used 131 that I needed to lay the proper foundation and that I didn't have sufficient time on the redirect to do the other two clips.
Ooh.
So that's why we're playing them with this witness, but I did already confront her with the issues, so it was impeachment. And I have the transcript that I
I'm not
provided to
trying
the
to
court
be
and counsel previously for the court.
Issue with all this, y'all, but the judge is upset with the length of this trial. It is 3 weeks and 1 day, all on the prosecution side, and they're still dragging it out.
No ruling on the objection because the offer at present to admit these the other two witnesses temporarily withdrawn. Enough?
I'm sorry, y'all. The audio
Thank you,
is
Judge.
really tough right now. Thank you for watching. If you're watching,
After you finish your
like,
interview
subscribe.
with Ms. Wanda Kelly, what task did you start doing?
And so at that time, that's when I sat on my computer desk in my office and I started preparing a affidavit of probable cause for a search warrant.
And then what time, do you recall what time you requested approval of the search warrant?
It's a little bit after 11:19 or 20 hours. So I'm not exactly the time, but it was past 11 p.m.
Would 11:30 be approximately right?
Sounds right, yes.
What time after the approval, what time did you go and serve that search warrant?
I arrived at the Kelly residence early morning of January 31st of 2023. It was a little bit after midnight. It was 12:29 or 12:30 in the early morning of the 31st.
So now we just passed that midnight hour into the new day.
That's correct.
So this is January 31st, 2023.
That's correct.
Remember the number of that search warrant?
It was SW 23-007.
And before we talk about the search warrant, what's the standard practice of serving a search warrant on a resident?
So a standard practice for our department and how we do it is, even though that there's people knocking on persons, we arrive, we knock and announce 3 times. We knock, sheriff's office, we knock, sheriff's office, we knock, sheriff's office, and we, why would it? Search warrant, search warrant, search warrant.
I'm going to have to rewatch this, guys, when they put the court feed up.
Continue on. So you announce, and what if someone comes to the door?
Someone comes to the door and make sure this person is not armed, not hostile, and we control the scene if that happens. And if there's someone inside, we escort them out of the house.
Why can't they be in the house? Just do your search warrant.
This is to prevent any further tampering of evidence, hiding of evidence, destruction of evidence.
And did you go inside the house in this case?
Yes, we did.
And how many people are going on the search warrant?
So at this time, during this particular incident, there was 3 detectives assigned to CAD.
And what's the role for each one, right? What's the role for each of these detectives?
So we all help each other out. We work as a team. Once the photographer, we label the house. We have a scriber and we have a collector. And sometimes we do multiple roles. We bag, tag, and secure evidence.
And how do you treat the belongings in that house?
All the years I've been with the sheriff's office, on patrol, and CID, I've assisted search warrants on patrol. Now being directly involved, I treat every house as if it was mine. We treat it with the most respect, and she photographs, pre-photographs, and exit photographs just to show that nothing was damaged, broken. I treat that as my home.
You guys collected some stuff from that search warrant, right?
We collected several things. Yes, we did.
And you also did some searching outside, right?
Yes, we did.
All right, and you guys asked the assistance of another agency on that night?
That night, I was informed that they had requested the assistance from ATF.
And what does ATF stand for?
It's called the Alcohol, Tobacco, Farms Explosive Unit. It's a federal agency.
Okay, what was the purpose of them calling?
This agency has, of course, it's a federal agency. They're very big. They got the money. They have a canine unit, a canine that specifically is trained to sniff.
What did the canine alert to you?
Once I met with the canine handler, ATF agent, I let him know, hey, here's a warrant, it was granted, you can begin your search. He grabbed his canine and he did his pre-routine. I don't know what that is, I'm not a canine handler, I'm not certified, but they do a little pre-routine. At this time, the handler went to the residence and the dog alerted to a certain location of the residence. The exterior of the residence, by the porch area.
Do you recall after the dog alerted, the canine alerted, what happened with the canine?
The canine at this time, I made contact with the agent. He told me that canine was done. Unfortunately, the canine handler grabbed his dog, got in his unit, and they departed the scene.
They located a shell casing and they took off.
That's correct.
What time of day is this?
This is early in the morning on the 31st. It's dark.
It's dark. And so when they found that first shell casing, you just said it was late in the early morning, dark outside.
Yes, it was.
And we're going to fast forward real quick, but the second search of the home is during the daytime, right?
That's correct.
time soon.
We thought-
And I just want everyone to. I just want to. You know it.
Oh, I'm sure it's not,
I know.
nothing to do with me, we're good. And during that first search warrant, did you also collect items from the defendant?
The defendant's residence?
Yes.
Yes,
Did you also collect an AK-47?
that's correct.
Uh-oh. What happened? What happened? Why is it not playing?
A brand new, in your opinion, brand new AK-47?
Yes,
All right. And that's different from the other AK-47, right?
yes, it is.
That you found in search warrant, which search warrant did you find that on?
That was on the second search warrant, which was SW 23-008.
Okay. Now, are you done that evening, or are you doing anything else when you're at sea?
The first search warrant,
The search warrant, are you doing anything else?
once we completed the search warrant and collecting, myself and Detective Myra placed all the evidence collected in my unit, and we arrived at the sheriff's office. I believe it was at 2:50 in the morning, maybe close to 3, and we secured all the evidence within our conference room in CID, which no one has access to that room other than the detectives.
Well, did you also at the scene take photographs?
That is correct.
You took photographs inside the house?
We do.
Yeah, like, and the jury has seen that, so I'm not gonna waste time showing those pictures, but you took all those photographs, right?
Yes, I did.
Anytime did Miss Kelly return home?
Yes, she did.
You know what time that was?
I do not have the exact time when she arrived, but she did arrive right before we finished the search warrant.
All right. So you go home, you go to the station, lock everything up, and go home.
That's correct.
And what are you going home for?
To get some rest, because I knew we would have to come back.
All right, you go bed, you come back, what time do you come back to the station?
My normal work hours, I went home, got home like around a little past 3, rested, and came back to the office at 8 o'clock.
All right, when you return home, you return to the station, what did you do?
I started preparing another search warrant
Why?
because we were informed that the AK-47, the first AK-47 was not the right one.
And also, there was other structures on the property?
Yes, Brad, during the first one, we were informed by Deputy Felix that the residents, pretty large residents, had a pump house and a barn just south of the residence.
Let's go back to that AK-47. Why wasn't the first AK-47, the new one, why wasn't that the right one?
The description didn't match.
Like what?
The actual AK-47 that Mr. Kelly was found in was weathered, it had bluing, had a green strap, it had wood stock, and had a flashlight duct taped to the barrel.
And that first AK didn't have any of that.
None of it.
So you prepare a second search warrant
That's correct.
and do the same process, submit it for approval.
That's correct.
Objecting to leading.
This is foundational. It is leading, but it's foundational. So the judge is over.
Submit for approval,
That's correct.
and you go and execute the search warrant.
That's correct.
What time was that? Do you remember?
It was early afternoon, if I can refer to my report, but I don't know exact time, but I know it was late afternoon, early afternoon.
Would 12:30 be about right?
Yes, it is.
And when you do your search warrant, you walk through the process already. So walk us through when you executed this search warrant, what did you do?
Actually, Mrs. Kelly was at the residence when we arrived for the second search warrant.
And then what happened when someone's at the home? What do you do when someone's at the home?
I introduced Mrs. Kelly, and after she recognized me, she said yes. I asked her if she could step out of residence and presented her the search warrant.
And then what?
She complied, she read it, and she understood.
And then
She exited the residence and departed the residence.
what did you do?
I executed the search warrant.
And then same process?
Same process, we photograph the residence, we label the residence, we take pictures.
Now we're in the daytime though, right?
That's correct.
And so you also searched the barn and the pump house?
Prior to that, if I may get into it, prior to that, we searched 2 vehicles.
All right, you searched 2 cars, a pump house, and a barn.
That's correct.
All right. And then I want to focus in because the sequence doesn't really concern me, but I just want to make sure that everything you've done, okay?
That's correct.
So pump house, barn, 2 vehicles, but now I'm focusing on the house again.
Yes.
All right, you do a search warrant, you execute the search warrant in the residence.
That's correct.
Walk us through that search warrant.
So the process of this search warrant, we labeled each room with these letter templates. The main entrance, we start with A. This search warrant, we started in the garage and made our way into the residence, the entire residence. We label every room. We document what room is it, master bedroom, living room, kitchen, hallway.
You do the same thing again.
Yes.
All right, and then what's the focus here? What are you looking for?
We're looking for the AK-47.
And then where did the AK-47 end up being found?
It was in a bedroom.
And
The AK-47 was located behind a door, bedroom door, covered with a green t-shirt or long sleeve shirt.
and she's finding that exhibit for me. You guys also went out to where the victim's body was at, right?
That's correct.
Why'd you guys go to where the victim's body was located?
I have not seen the area where the body was like in the prior night, and we went out there just to photograph, additional photographs of the area. And we were trying to see if we can find any other evidence.
Okay, so you've seen photographs from your supervisor, Sergeant Flores,
Yes.
on the night of,
Yes.
and the next day you go out there and take photographs too.
Yes.
And your goal is, what are you looking for when you're out there?
We were actually looking for a projectile.
And how do you look for a projectile?
We were walking around with our eyes because there was actually a metal detector out there.
So you're doing a visual inspection,
That's correct.
and you also use some modern device called a metal detector.
That's correct.
You remember what the setting was on the metal detector?
This detector it's owned by the sheriff's office, bought by the sheriff's office, assigned to CD, and we had to set in for all metals.
And how many metal detectors did you have out there on the 31st?
If I remember correct, that afternoon, we had one.
And did you find anything?
We did not find any projectiles or any other evidence that could be linked to the incident.
No.
So back at the house, you find the AK-47 behind a door,
That's correct.
and what was over the AK-47?
It was a light green or green colored shirt.
Okay, and then let's just ask you, did you take photographs on the night that you came on, let me separate from the jury. Search warrant 007, the first time you were at the house.
That's correct.
You're a photographer, right?
That's correct.
Did you take photographs of the entire house,
I did.
including this room?
That's correct.
including behind the door.
That's correct.
So you actually took that photograph the first time when you were there on 007.
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you see it?
This is not uncommon, guys.
During the photograph, if you see the photograph, there's a scabbard, black in color.
Guys, I got to stop here. Okay, with the AK-47 on the back of the door thing. I mean, the back. It's not uncommon. My grandfather had guns, and he had his favorite. Sorry about this, y'all. And during the day, he'd come in at lunch, put it right by the door, go in and eat his lunch, take his little 30-minute cat nap, which he was prone to do. Then what would he do? Go back out. If he came in the front door, it was by the front door. If he came in the back door, it was by the back door. At the end of the day, he had, I don't know how to describe it. He didn't hang it on the door, but he hung it. He had a gun thing that was behind the door. So when the door opened up, if you opened the door, you wouldn't see the guns behind the door. So if you shut the door, the guns are right there. And a lot of times at night, he would hang the gun by the strap. He would take off his shirt and hang it with the gun. His overalls would be hung. He would hang his gun belt if he usually had a gun belt hanging with his sidearm because he always carried snake shots. His boots were set to the side of the door. I mean, everything was all there. It was not uncommon for him to do this. They're making a big deal out of something that ranchers normally do, and it is not uncommon for this. Not every rancher does it, of course, but my grandfather died in 1997 at the age of 80. It's a while ago. That said, my microphone thing is not happy. That said, to me, it's like, why are you making such a big deal about the gun being hung on the door with the shirt over it? Because you put your shirt on, you put your pants on, if you have suspenders or your belt. So, you kind of get dressed in that area and then grab your gun. And you also kept it there in case you needed it at night. So if you had to bolt out the door, you throw your shirt and grab your guns. They're making a big deal over nothing.
I got excited.
My opinion.
I concentrate on that. Until this day, I am embarrassed that I missed that AK-47.
Well, don't give yourself too much. What's over the AK-47?
It's a green T-shirt, and it appears that whoever put that AK-47 took the time to drape it all over the whole AK, including the magazine, all the way to the stock.
When you came back the next day on 008, did someone find it because of a visual inspection or from an auditory sound?
It was an auditory sound.
Do you remember what happened?
It was Sergeant Flores that went into another room because he stated he was not going to live until we found this AK-47. Well, I was to an adjacent room, which was a bathroom. He called me over. He said, I found it.
All right, and we've seen that, State Exhibit 101. You've seen that, that's the gun we've seen in trial, right?
Yes,
That's the same gun.
yes,
They have a magazine in it?
yes, it did.
Well, we've seen that, which is Government Exhibit 102. Both have been admitted. Did you also collect, you were here when Rick Wyant, the gentleman from Washington, the expert ballistics individual, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, he tested some ammunition, didn't he?
That's correct.
Did he get ammunition? How did he get the ammunition?
From the magazine.
From the magazine that you recovered?
That's correct.
And then during that search warrant 008, we're in the daytime now, the daytime one, right? Did someone do a perimeter check around the house?
Yes.
Who?
At this time, we had Sergeant Bunting with us, former Detective Bunting. He's a sergeant now. He was there with us.
Okay, and Walk us through did he take it on his own initiative to go outside?
Yes, when I was processing or exiting the house with the items, Detective Bunting exited the residence, and moments later he called me over, and when I met with him, he had shown me what he discovered.
What did he discover?
He found casings in the back porch area, expect casings.
And you've seen that picture where we have the blue and the yellow circles,
That's correct.
right? And I think we just refer that to the blue and yellow. So which casings did Sergeant Bunting or Detective Bunting find?
They were the ones circled in yellow.
The cluster?
Yes,
You took photographs of that, right?
yes,
You also were you there also for the placards?
yes,
You also took photographs of the outside, right?
that's correct.
From the patio out?
That's correct.
Let me show you, it's already been a minute. 34. Where's the marker? Sorry, there? You have that nasty glare in the middle of that thing, so I'm moving it over. You recognize that photograph?
Yes,
Is that a photograph that you took?
that's correct.
And the jury went out to the scene, so this is gonna be a lot more familiar to them. What are we looking at?
This photograph depicts the back of the residence, right outside the porch. To the left, you see a walkway. In front, you see a gazebo. Just to the right of it, you see that smoker. Right behind the smoker, you can see a T-post, which is the first fence line.
And Detective, how tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
When you took that photograph, you're taking it from a photograph of someone standing 5'8".
That's correct.
And how tall is the defendant?
6 feet.
If I do my math right, that's 4 inches taller than you?
That's correct.
Someone was looking at that. I'm gonna go through. Sorry, the phone's back, Captain. So we'll go through Exhibit 72, which I believe has been admitted. Where is it? I double check. 72. 72. Published 72.
Submitted, so no.
So I'm gonna show you some pictures that you took, the victim's clothes. You attended the autopsy, right?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose of you attending the autopsy?
That was to take additional photographs and collect the victim's clothing.
Did you see the victim being brought in a body bag?
Yes.
Was there any tampering with the body bag?
No, the seal was still intact.
Sheriff Kenny, Sheriff's Department seal?
Yes, we sealed our bags with a number tag and a zip tag.
And who opened that bag?
But that's it.
Who opened that bag?
That's the OME personnel that opens that bag
In your presence, right?
in my presence.
All right, I'm gonna go through some photographs with you, starting with the image 1743. The reason I'm showing this, and the jury has seen these items already admitted, but I want to show that they're in the same condition as you photographed them on the day of the autopsy.
That's correct.
All right, the day of the autopsy is February 1st.
That's correct.
What's that picture of?
That is the outer green jacket.
I'll show you governing image 1744. Picture of
These are the victim's pants,
the outside pants.
the outside pants.
Some undergarments.
That's the middle is the socks and the bottom is the undergarments.
Undergarment.
That's correct.
And you reviewed government exhibit 72, right?
Yes,
And you were here for the unveiling of the evidence in court, right?
that's correct.
Any difference between the two?
Nothing at all.
What am I looking at?
These are the other pair of socks.
You knew what time of year it was?
It was late January and it was cold. It was winter.
Cool. Is it common for you personally to double up on socks if you go outside for a long period of time?
Me personally, I've done it, but it's not common, but it's cold, but yes.
What's that photo of?
This is the black sweatpants on top, the boots, the belt, and the green outer jacket.
That's the jacket he was wearing when he came in?
Yes,
Who's taking the clothes off of him?
this is done all by the OME.
Is that a better picture of the sweatpants?
Yes,
A laid out photo of the outer pants?
this is the,
Oh, I'm sorry, jacket. I thought it was legs.
yes,
Jacket?
this is the jacket.
Is that the front of the jacket?
Yes,
So I'm looking at the front of the jacket. Which side has the blood on it?
the right side.
Another picture of the jacket?
Yes,
You have a picture of the boots?
that's correct.
Same condition as we see it in court?
Yes,
Picture of the shirt?
yes,
Same condition as we seen in court?
yes,
This is February 1st of last year.
yes.
Finally, this is a picture, front picture of the shirt, right?
Yes,
We'll go back to government exhibit 34, image 4377. We just talked about that, right?
yes.
Next, I'm gonna show you a defense exhibit, KK, it's the second page, it's not labeled, second page. Same view, right? I'm gonna show it to you. You see that view?
Yes,
You see this view, right?
yes,
So the difference between the defense exhibit,
yes.
what's the difference?
You can see the sun, and then you can see it's actually higher.
What's, well, the photographer, lower
I
or
know
higher
we're
than
kind of
you?
going over stuff we've already been over, y'all. I know I'm
Your Honor, I'm
very
gonna
quiet
object. This
because it's
is
so hard to
state's
understand.
photos, so I don't know what they're, just because I entered it doesn't make a difference. They took it.
This is not a state photo. This is not a state photo.
Ooh,
Where are we going with this?
I'm directing my examination on a exhibit that was used to cross-examine other witnesses in this case. A defense picture, which is different than the state's photograph. I'm showing the difference between the two, because it was conveyed to the jury.
How would this witness know the height of the person taking this picture?
Because you can tell by the smoker.
And Your Honor, their picture, the other picture is the next picture in the exhibit. These were shown. I don't understand his point.
I think it was knowledgeable about what
y'all.
the jury was there, we knew the history, so we saw, as you say, where I come from, we saw it with the relax, so.
We'll move on. We'll move on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I keep doing that. My neck is so stiff. I need one good massive crack in my neck. That is, y'all.
You also took possession of a backpack,
Yes,
a fanny pack,
yes.
and we've actually seen those in court. Any damage to the backpack?
The only damage that I observed while processing right before submitting to evidence was the cut straps that were done by Sergeant Rodriguez.
Any bullet strike?
There was no bullet strike.
Any evidence of a ricochet, deflection on the backpack?
Nothing like that.
And just so we know, if the agent is permitted to stand up, I just want to make sure we understand how the backpack and the bullet entry wound is on the body. Permission for him to stand up just to show us again. You want to stand up? And show us on the body of the victim where the bullet entry hole is.
It was,
Is that where you wear a backpack?
that's from the back.
You also have a fanny pack, right?
Yes,
Any damage to the fanny pack?
not that I could see.
Be right back, y'all.
You also, when you collected everything, the customary practice to fill out property receipts?
Yes.
What's a property receipt?
Proper receipt, it's an inventory of items that we give to the homeowners.
Why do you do that?
Just to keep accountability of what we took.
Did you provide the defendant or his family property receipts?
I actually met with Mr. Kelly at the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office Adult Detention Center.
You also, we heard testimony already about Border Patrol surveillance. You also looked at DVDs, right?
Yes, I did.
How many DVDs do you recall that everyone looked at?
I think it was 3 to 4 that I reviewed.
How many in total?
It was a lot of DVDs that were given to me, but I reviewed 3 to 4.
And how many people reviewed them?
It was myself, Sergeant Flores, former Detective Bunting, and Detective Barlow.
And what was the reason to review Border Patrol surveillance videos?
We wanted to see if we can see anything else other than Mr. Kellen Ranch, any subjects, any people running rifles,
I am so sorry, y'all. We had an internet shutdown and it affected everybody. So I greatly apologize for that. But we didn't miss anything in trial at all costs. So thank you so much.
Let's talk about the category of professionalism. I'm gonna have you direct your attention to page 7, line 16. You see that?
Page 7.
Actually, I'm gonna flip flop. I'm gonna actually have you look at this.
Okay. Why is he looking at something if there's no questions on it yet? As to whether or not. Okay. I thought you were trying to get questions.
So you got the government exhibit 15 right there, right?
Yes.
Page 7, line 16. You see that?
Yes.
Your question was actually on line 17, your question was, quote, tell me everything you did today from the time you woke up to the time you came here and me talking to you. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Is that an open-ended question?
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna have you go to page 35.
You just told me before that you were reading this because you were going to read Mr. Kelly's statements. What I just heard was a statement from the witness.
Well, I'm true, but I'm getting context to, you're right. Let me back up. I'm gonna talk about, I'm gonna scratch that detector. I'm gonna go into a different category. All right?
Yes, sir.
I
And
apologize
before I get
for
into
the
it,
internet
any
shutdown
evidence
throughout the whole.
that you collected or you
Area?
reviewed in this case
Thank you for your patience.
of another shot being fired on the property?
None whatsoever.
Any evidence that you collected or reviewed of a robbery?
None whatsoever.
Any evidence, physical evidence,
I object to all the leading questions.
any evidence that you reviewed that were 5 to maybe up to 15 men on the property?
None whatsoever.
Any evidence of a struggle?
None whatsoever.
Any evidence of drugs?
None whatsoever.
Any evidence of guns?
None whatsoever.
If there were drugs or guns, the witness that testified earlier in this
Let's
trial,
talk about
who was with the person who's
defendant
deceased at the
shooting.
time he was shot, would have taken
Go to
it.
page 24 for me.
They're not going to leave guns or drugs laying there because they're not going to have. They don't want to answer to the cartel. People get killed for that.
This is page 24. How many pages in that transcript, Detective?
47. 47.
47. So on page 24, I'm going to direct your attention to line 19.
I'm sorry with the audio. There's
You with
nothing I
me?
can do.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kelly says 24. To give us some context, I want to give you some context. The question before is talking about a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And then Mr. Kelly responds to you, quote, I have no reason to believe I shot this person. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And then your question was, what does that mean? Is it the first time that came up
Yes.
in the interview, right?
That's correct.
The defendant says, it means I have no reason to believe I shot him. That's simple, right?
That's correct.
I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And then your question was, did you shoot? And what was his response?
No answer.
No answer.
Your Honor, I mean, a lot of this information is taken out of content, and I would just ask the court or the city attorney to play it so it can be heard in content and then ask these questions so we all know what preceded the comments. It's misleading.
I'm honing in on the very fact that cross-examination hit on that. The defendant never admitted to shooting. I'm honing in on it.
It's not a question of why did they do it. That's more of a question of when it's more proper. more of a property.
I could do it after.
Perhaps more effective, so.
I could do it after.
I think it's a better practice.
That's fine, I can do it after.
All right, well, why don't we, I'll sustain the objection. We'll play the recording, assuming it's in and proper foundation is made, and then you can follow up questions.
So just for the record, I think the recording is admitted already.
All right, we're gonna take our mistake with lawyers, talk about a few things. We're gonna take a new recess. Please be back. We're gonna, at 1:30, we'll resume the testimony. Your excuse for no excuse. I'll stay. Be live with the board.
The lady standing up is your court reporter, and last week her whole family was in Bahamas or Bermuda. Well, that was went blank. Anyway, they were on vacation, and well, she was in court. So yeah. All right, guys. So they're taking a break. I'm going to check on somebody else and see what they're doing. Come on, give me my search engine. But I will tell you, I'm going to listen in. So anyway, that was off a recovery addict. I was just kind of seeing where he is. Oh no, he's got something in his hands. I want to know what it is. It looks like a dock. So, well, the thing for me is, y'all, I'm going to get off of this and remove that and put me back up. Part of the problem I have is that I believe that this definitely is a strategy on the prosecution side, because really everything that they brought up, we've already heard. There is way too much reasonable doubt. There's been unethical situations. It's really difficult. It is absolutely flippin' insane. I'm just absolutely appalled. I'm absolutely appalled at the way this trial has gone on, and I'm really, really wish, I don't know. I agree with Recovery Addict. I believe that this situation yesterday with limiting the time for the defense when the prosecution has taken 3 weeks and a day to put on their case when they were supposed to be totally done in 3 weeks. And now the prosecution, the defense maybe only have a couple of days. I do believe that does definitely bring this up for a possible mistrial. I'm surprised they've not requested a mistrial. Personally, I am totally shocked they've not requested for a mistrial. Let me turn this back up. Let me see what he said. I need to put that up because people don't understand. I'm not an attorney. This is not legal advice. I am like an alternate juror or court junkie, and I watch it from the eyes of a person who would be called as a juror. There's just too many holes in this. One of the biggest things, two big things right here. One is that, well, there's a lot of big things, but I'll just talk about this. The most recent big thing, and it was brought up in yesterday's trial, that when a person, when the sheriff's office, it's very sketchy. The sheriff office connected with people in Mexico who were Hondurans, who are illegally in Mexico. Went to Mexico, crossed the border. The sheriff deputies, two of them, a supervisor and somebody else, they crossed over the border and went into Mexico and met two witnesses, supposed witnesses, and well, one for sure witness that testified, a person who said he was an uncle and was there, and then nobody knew who he was, and two women that were pregnant were claiming to be the daughters of the deceased. Yeah, we have an issue because number one, you cannot go into another country and do an investigation. You have no jurisdiction over there. And if you were going to do this properly, you would meet at the U.S. consulate's office, or you would meet at the port of entry in a neutral area. Now, the reason I believe one reason why the witness did not want to do that was because he confessed on the stand that he is not a Mexican resident. Now, he had used a different last name, and I wrote it down, but I'd have to find it. But he used his first and middle name and had a different last name when he met with these people. It wasn't until he came to court that he confessed supposedly his real last name. And I'm going to yawn. I'm so sorry. And then I do this about this time every day. He stated that when he was in Mexico, he went to get his ID. And when he got his ID, that's the last name they gave him. Now let's think about that for a minute. Let's play devil's advocate. If you have been known to cross the Mexican-U.S. border 10 times and gotten caught and sent back, and one of those times you were caught with drugs, marijuana, but still illegal, and you were convicted and spent time in jail for it, and then you were sent back, you were deported, where did that ID come from? You know the cartel gives fake IDs to their mules and coyotes. And so I personally believe, from everything I've heard, that it was very plausible that this guy got the ID from the cartel and lied about it, and that's the name he used. But when he came to the U.S. to testify, he had to declare his real name. Why was he was also it was also requested the day he testified that they not show his face, that they conceal him in some manner for his safety. Well, his concern was, the witness concern was, he was going to be deported to Honduras because he's in Mexico illegally. Yeah. If you're in Mexico illegally and you're entering the U.S. illegally, you have a criminal history in the U.S. Why would I even listen to anything you have to say? I wouldn't believe it. So that is an issue for me. So they went across the border, i.e. they being the sheriff deputies, went across the border and met the guy in a hotel restaurant, a cantina. And they said that they were in an area where there was drinking and it was loud. And they said they didn't record the conversation because they didn't want to draw attention to themselves. Well, no kidding. No kidding. You're there interviewing somebody, I don't want to say illegally, but it's not proper. You're not going through proper channels. So anyway, then they decided it was too noisy and too many people that they went into the lobby and they continued the conversation. And Then they said, oops, we need to do some kind of recording. So they got like a 6-minute synopsis recording. I am really struggling with this because that is shady as heck. And I could use another word, but that is shady as um they can call for a mistrial, but someone's saying they can call for a mistrial, but it would be a snowball's chance in Hades for the judge to grant it. Yeah, I think honestly, if and I said let's play devil's advocate. I know the judge has done some things that everybody is just absolutely up in arms about, and especially it has to do with the prosecution, the length of trial, and the fact that he is now limiting. And but yet I this morning I haven't seen any limitations, believe it or not. I have seen zero limitations. So I'm kind of like, what's going on here, y'all? I need to mute notifications on something. Next, let's just do for the next 8 hours, mute. I'm getting a bunch of notifications pop up and it's driving me crazy. So anyway, I'm just reading about a bail watch in Memphis. So I just struggle with the fact that the judge behaved the way. I really like the judge. I have been very, very positive about the judge all the way through yesterday. I thought the judge was really good at explaining things to the jury. I thought the judge was really good about assisting the jury in finding um, in explaining processes and the words and what certain things mean and why they do what they do and all that. I think it's been fabulous on that end. Yesterday, though, he did not have a good day, and I'm not too sure about today. He's not been he in the up until yesterday, the majority of the objections that the defense made, they won. The majority by a preponderance, they won. However, today, not so much. I I I think what may have happened, and jail reports. Who is this? What are they talking about? Ooh, I want to see. So I'm going to watch this for a second. They're on something else. So what happened is that yesterday the judge had to contact one of the jurors' employers because they were told it was a 3-week trial. One of the jurors was having an issue with the employer. So the judge got on the phone and contacted the employer. He came back and said, everything's worked out. The employer's going to work with this. Everything's hunky dory. But the judge was in a very bad mood. Not only that, but the judge's boss. Now you have judges do have bosses. There is a top judge, superior judge for that county. And they said, oh, we're going to need the courtroom for 3 weeks. The trial's going to last 3 weeks. We are now going into the 4th week, and the prosecution is still on the bench. They said last Friday. They said Monday. They said Thursday. Today. That means, why is this spinning? It shouldn't be spinning. There we go. But you're not moving. What's happening? That means, y'all, that the defense is not getting, there we go. The defense is not going to get to their case until Tuesday, unless the judge opens court on Monday, which he may do, but he normally does not. Sorry about that. It's bothering me. He normally does not do court on Mondays. So if he does not do court on Monday, then what's going to happen is the defense is going to come in opening and swinging on Tuesday, and the judge has made it very clear it will go to jury on Thursday, come hell or high water. That's going to be a huge appellate issue right there if Mr. Kelly's found guilty. A huge appellate issue because it has to be fair and equal, and that is not fair and equal. So I believe the judge has been super lenient. He stated, I have been super lenient. I was hoping that y'all could manage your time, but obviously the judge is having to manage the time. So I feel for them. I really do. And I feel for the jury. Being a jury for a month is horrible. This is not the Alec Baldwin case. So, yeah. And the other thing is that the prosecution keeps bringing up people to say the same thing over and over and over and over again. How many jurors do you need? Jurors. How many witnesses do you need to enforce your point? I think what they're doing is they know they've lost this case or they're losing the case. So they're hoping by bringing all these people in, and keep doing it and doing it, they're trying to recover the case. And they're not doing so what? I got to tell you. And I don't know why my internet is circling. Everything is circling. So I hope you guys are getting out there. Let me double check. Let me pull it up on something else so I can make sure that we are all good to go. I don't know why it is doing what it's doing. Okay, I'm still going. That's one thing I love about StreamYard. It's when the internet crashed, it kept me up and running. So thank you, StreamYard. Also, another shout out to Recovery Addict. I talked to him this morning, just as they were watching yesterday's morning's feed, and he's the one that hooked me up with the live feed for today. And I greatly appreciate you. You are so awesome. Not like he's going to listen to my feed, but he doesn't know it. He's kind of mentoring me, and he doesn't know it. I really like him. He went to college and got a degree in this techie stuff in audio degree, I guess is what it was, or something along the lines of that. Anyway, you should see his setup. I think we have about the same stuff, except for he's got, I think, 4 computers running, 4 computers running. I don't. No way I'm going to have 4. Let me listen in on him for a second. And then, of course, it starts circling again. What is going on? I rebooted it. Oh, they're looking at Orange County. We're not going to do Orange County. So my next big trial, I don't know what it's going to be, but in July, it's definitely going to be the Alec Baldwin trial. I did the Hannah Gutierrez trial. So I'm going to cover the Alec Baldwin trial. So I'm already setting up for that. That's going to be a month-long trial. There's some other trials going on. I have not followed a lot of them. The Reed trial is one of them that's starting. I haven't followed anything. And a lot of times I don't follow trials and get a lot of information before it starts. Forgive me, before it starts, because I want to hear it like a juror would. No information other than what you might learn in jury selection. So I'm very, very careful with that. I just want to keep it that way. So my view of everything and everything that I'm seeing and hearing is a first time experience. And they've not updated the website for this Arizona state. The website where all the records and everything are, because I'm trying to pull up records and wanted to talk about a few things. One of the things that is interesting is that I'm going to talk about what it's like to be a wife sitting behind a husband who's fighting for his life, because I've been there. I won't say what my ex-husband's crime was, but my ex-husband went to prison. He is out, but he did go to prison, and it was a big crime. Big. I had no idea he was doing it. He was a professional. What he was doing at his place of business. But to be sitting behind your spouse, I mean, I feel for her. Now, I did not sit in the courtroom through the trial because I was the last to testify, and I was asked by my ex-husband's attorney's team to not be in the trial because they wanted the jury to believe what I said. And in many times when the spouse, who is one of the only ones who's allowed to sit in through trial and testify, they wanted me to have more credibility. So they asked for me to sit out, and then I would come in when it was time for me to testify. I was the last witness on his side. And so I was not in the room for the entire trial. And yeah, you want to talk about nerve-wracking. I literally paced the courtroom rotunda. It was a round building. It was a federal court. It was a round building, and all the courtrooms came off of the rotunda. And I, for 8 hours a day, for 9-10 days, I believe, sat out there nerve-wracked. The only thing I could do was either read a book. I had remember the little AirPods, and had music downloaded on that. I just prayed and listened to music, and it was very difficult. And then, of course, he was found guilty, and I mean, I can go into the whole story, but for me, it just it really just empties you out. And when they said guilty, and I don't know why my feed is doing this, and I lost my husband. I got to be right back. I'm going to put you on hold. I'll be. Had to leave. I appreciate you so very much. Getting packages. Don't we just absolutely. Oh, I do want to share this. Okay, we're talking. All right, the Kowalski. Everybody, J. Hack and Kowalski judgment interest. The judgment was $208,451,176. The interest is now $4,334,630. I'm sorry, $4,344,639.67. So the grand total owed to the Kowalskis from JHAC is $212,795,821 and counting by the second. Holy Moses, that's a lot of money. Obviously, they did not reach a settlement. So anyway, back to my story. So it sucks years off your life sitting either in the courtroom or in my case, the rotunda, and the stress. And I was 38 years old, 39 years old. Let me see. I was 38 years old. Let me see, 37. Yeah, I was 38. You're sitting here at 38 years old doing this. I could not imagine sitting there at 75 years of age. 75 years old. I couldn't imagine it. 75 years old going through that. I think that is absolutely insane. And it is so, to me, so wrong on so many levels. And it infuriates me. Now, if it was something someone was truly guilty of, then of course. But for me, it was like, oh no. I also was going through breast cancer at the time, so I had a lot of stuff going on. But it's just unfathomable how people really do not understand the situation with courts. And I really hope people will start being more kind to Miss Kelly. There have been a lot of people bashing Miss Kelly. There's been a lot of rudeness, and I just am not going to put up with it. No matter what happens with the husband, even if he was guilty, Miss Kelly is innocent. So people, get off of Miss Kelly. Oh my gosh. Brenham, Texas. Stolen 18-wheeler crashes into Brenham DPS office. Serious injuries are reported. Oh my gosh, prayers for the families and of the people involved. That is horrible. That's here in Texas. I live in Texas. So we are still waiting. They are on their lunch break. So we are waiting for that. Oh, yeah. Why is it still spinning? Let me go back to this and pause and play. Well, apparently it's still going. Yeah, he's doing the same thing. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the stream. It is not helping me any. Let's see if I can find the stream again and get back on the live stream. Watching live from Arizona, Tucson News. Let's get all the way here. Let's see what they're showing. So if you have any questions or comments, please. Oh, where is the court feed coming from? KBOA.com. And they are still on their lunch break. Yes, that's a better feed. So I'm going to share this screen. I'm going to come off of this one. This one seems to be interacting better live. Awesome. Thank you for asking, RR. I appreciate you so much. Please comment, like, and oh, well, you did like and subscribe. So, I have been watching now. Not all the every day has been live. From what I understand from the news in the news studio, I contacted them last week when they stopped the lives. I was frantic. And they told me that every 2 days it switches news companies. The news station actually there in Tucson has a live feed up for all news media. But if you're not a news media, you can't have access to that stream, which really irritated me because I was wanting to do this in ASL, trying to work out how to get all that done, do picture and window and all that, have 2 cameras on me and all that kind of stuff. But they said that they were not going to give the feed. So I said, okay, so I have been watching the courts feed from, they post today's at tonight. So we've been a day behind. And a recovery addict, someone I've watched faithfully, he's been covering this too, went on to another case, and now they're back on this one. And so the good news is that probably today, for sure, we're watching a live feed. But Monday, we don't know. We may or may not be watching a live feed on Monday if they're open. Court usually is not in session. He may go ahead and make an exception. But for sure, Tuesday they will be back, and hopefully by then the defense has their case. Now, once again, the defense doesn't have to put any evidence up. The defense does not have to prove anything. The defense doesn't have to do anything if they don't want. So, yeah. But they said they were going to call 4 witnesses. Mr. Kelly may or may not testify. We don't know if he will or will not yet. So that's going to be interesting. Let's see what that is. Nope. I love it when you get all of these little notifications, and when you click on them, it's like 3 of the same people. Let me see what Mr. Where is he going to be? Let's play that. Who is he talking about? I'm not going to do that one right there. Okay, so if anybody has any questions or anybody wants me to cover something, it would be fabulous if you just give me a comment below and say, hey, I'd like you to cover this case. I will. But I put up a poll yesterday, and I don't know what the answers were. I have to go look. But will Mr. Kelly testify or not? I think that if the defense feels that there's enough reasonable doubt, he won't testify. I think if he testifies and they get him up there, that opens him up to the prosecution, asking him about some very derogatory texts that he sent to a friend of his. Now, we all blow steam to our friends. We say things that aren't necessarily true. You know, one of the comments, something about Thanksgiving or something, what are you going to do? And he goes, I'm going to sit, basically, I'm paraphrasing, but basically, I'm going to shoot me 13 and let them grow daisies or something like that. By the way, Esther, thank you so much. For those of you who don't know, I love Starbucks tumblers. And I do have people who like to bless me with them. This is a SXT. This is a collaboration with an artist. Starbucks is starting to collaborate. So I have some very unique ones, and I will not tell you how many I have. I will neither confirm or deny the number of Starbucks tumblers I may or may not have. Uh, okay, I'm just kind of looking and seeing if there's any questions that we can ask and answer. Let me look. What are my plans for the weekend? Nothing. Actually, tonight I'm going to go to a friend's house. I started watercoloring for the first time about a month ago. So we're going to do paint and pizza night. That's tonight. Oh, someone says I'm staying home and watching the Masters. No, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Someone's got a funeral to go to. Recover on. You know, I want to go to one of those. I want to go to CrimeCon this May, but of course, it's not something I can afford to do. Yes, I know the internet is slaggy. I can't do anything about it. Love about this program is that it does maintain. I don't know if it did. Let me push play. I'm going to go there. Can I come back on that? No, I can't because I'm live. Got to reconnect everything, y'all. It is so frustrating. I will tell you one thing I have thoroughly enjoyed is when we do a day behind in trial and I have a recording to work off of instead of the live stream. We can skip right over their breaks. Right over the breaks. I'm looking. I have some native friends. I think there's a powwow this weekend. I'm not going to get to go. It's in Cibolo, Texas. Darn it. I really would love to go to powwow, but I just cannot muster everything this weekend. It's just too much. I have been on the go. I've been doing too much every weekend. So this weekend is going to be a quiet weekend. But I tell you what, this summer it's powwow and it is on. I've got my regalia. Do I have my barrette in here? This is an earring. There's the back. I made this, y'all. I hand beaded this. I hand beaded it. I made it for nothing. And this is an earring. I made two barrettes and a feather barrette. I made all my regalia. I'll have to post pictures. I don't think I have any pictures on the maybe if I email myself the picture, I'll post a picture. And I did. And it was 600 hours. I did it in a matter of months because I had an event. It was crucial that I get it done for. But I tell you what, that was a lot. In fact, I've taken a break from beading it because it was so much work. The other thing is I bead cowboy hats, the brim, and I bead baseball caps, and I have orders, and I do that kind of stuff. But y'all, let me see if I can find one of my pictures. It is amazing. It's not the best picture of me, but that's me. That'd be me in my Native American regalia. It's not the best picture of me. I have a picture with me and Mom. Let me see if I can find a better picture of me. I was carrying a flag at an event. I may just use that picture of Mom because it's a better picture of me. There we go. I'm going to email it to myself. So can I instant message? I'm going to put it in Messenger and do it that way. So it's quicker for me to get it up on screen. So let me go into Facebook, y'all. Get my messenger up. So I am just ecstatic that powwow season is coming. Now, the one thing is, I will not be wearing the dress that I'm wearing in this picture because, y'all, it's a lot. Okay, I shall return. I've got a package. In the meantime, listen to some cool juvie music. Thank you for joining me. I apologize. I had to take a little break. For those of you who are new and joining me, I'm Ada Kay. I look at myself as either a court junkie. I need to have a contest. Court junkie or alternate juror. I like alternate juror. It doesn't sound so, I don't know, for the lack of a better term. I don't know. Junkie just kind of may not sit right with everybody. But anyway, this is the trial of George Kelly, and he is out to lunch, or the court is out to lunch. They should be back soon. I think they're going to be back hopefully in the next 6 minutes or so. So I am very interested to see how this afternoon goes. I'm waiting for this to go to the defense. Poor defense. This whole trial was supposed to take 3 weeks. We are now in week 4, and the prosecution has kept saying that they're going to end on this day, and they don't. They keep pushing and pushing and pushing it, to the point that the judge got really irritated and took it out on the defense yesterday. It was not a pretty sight, and I will say the judge is a little better mood, but not much today. But until yesterday, this judge has been fabulous. I mean, he's still a good judge. He's explaining everything to the jury. He seems to be more communicative with the jury. Like, for example, a motion in limine. What does that mean? What does it mean to bring something in, but not to state, not for the facts, things like that? He explains the process beautifully. So it's awesome. Yeah. So I'm just really, really waiting. Let me see what questions we may have or comments. If you guys, oh, hi, Matthew. Thanks for joining. There's a lot of comments going on, and by the way, I stream on multiple at one time, and that's where we are. Let me go back up here. Like I said, for those of you who follow the Kowalski and the JHAC, it's where the young girl was held against their parents' will and her will in the hospital and was inappropriately treated. She won a big judgment over $200 million. Well, $208,451,176 was the judgment amount with the interest. With interest, y'all. The counter is at $212,795,815 and counting by the second. $16, $17, $18. About every second is $1. I kid you not. Every second is $1 practically. So I thought they were going to have mediation. It does not look like they have mediated it. So this is going to be fun. Did he end his live? I believe he did. He's probably ending. Okay. I have been following this gentleman for a long time, and it's called Recovery Addict. No, it is not what you think. He used to be addicted to gaming, and that's why he's a recovery addict. And now he's addicted to metal detecting. Not literally, but he does love metal detecting. So I've always wanted to get in metal detecting. I've never done it. Like my son says, what other hobby are you going to do? I do a lot of hobbies. Let me give you a little road travel thus far for anybody who's new and watching and doesn't know exactly what's going on. This is the George Allen Kelly Mexico border shooting trial. Mr. Kelly has 170 acres of land that butts up against the wall in Arizona, dividing Arizona and the U.S. border from Mexico. On January 30th of 21, Mr. Kelly and his wife were in the house, and he was making himself, I believe he was making himself a sandwich. And, well, I'm going to have to answer the door. I see UPS here. Long story short, he heard a gunshot. I will return. You like today is shipment day. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, so so on the 30th, Mr. Kelly was making himself, and I think this is what they said, a peanut butter mayo pineapple sandwich. Oh, I think I'm going to try it just for the heck of it. I'll make it and try it on the day of the verdict. I'll make it while we're in the verdict watch. I'll make me that sandwich and let you know how it is. So anyway, he heard a gunshot. Now, Mrs. Kelly did not hear the gunshot. Now let's caveat to that. Mrs. Kelly had rechargeable hearing aids and they were not functioning properly. And in April, she got new hearing aids and her hearing is much better, which is not uncommon. As your hearing decreases, the hearing aids don't function. And then rechargeable hearing aids tend to not hold charge as well as they did in the beginning. And you've got issues. So anyway, she was having issues with her hearing aids and she could not hear the pitch of a gunshot. But he had heard the gunshot and he told her to be quiet and he listened. And she looked out the window and saw multiple illegals with rifles and backpacks. So she got the phone, she dialed it and handed it to him. He spoke to Border Patrol, the ranch liaison. Now understand that he's been there for over 20 years and they were told if anything has to do with illegals, you don't call the sheriff's office first, you call Border Patrol. So he called Border Patrol. They came out, they looked, nobody found anything. Nobody saw anything. They searched. They said they did a security sweep of the property and then they left. Okay. The call came in at 2:40 a.m. Well, at 6:24. Now it could be, it's 6:24. Well, shortly before that, let's say 6:15-ish. Mr. Kelly got up from the couch. He was either napping, watching TV. Miss Kelly was on the computer and said he was going to go feed the horse and the dogs. So he leaves and he was going to move the horse from one pasture to another. Well, anyway, the dogs, he lets them out and they're sniffing around. They find a body 115 yards from the home. Now, when Mr. Kelly went outside on the first call and he saw the illegals, he shot the gun up in the air 8 or 9 times, so he says. And once again, they didn't find anyone or anything when the Border Patrol and sheriffs came out to investigate. So that evening at 6:23, a call comes into the Border Patrol ranch liaison and Border Patrol people that there's a body that's been found. Border Patrol calls 911. 911 calls Mr. Kelly back. And thus, Mr. Kelly says that they have found something in an animal substance, non-mineral. He is being very evasive about what was found because he is concerned. He is concerned that there may be somebody out there and he doesn't want to be shot himself. Excuse me. He finally says, well, you remember this woman that was found deceased in the truck on the road that butts up to the side of my property? And they go, yes, I vaguely remember that case. He goes, well, same thing, no truck. Ding, 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 ding. They get it. So they send everybody out there that night. Poor people. And there was a deceased person that was found that had a gunshot wound right about here. Let me back up. Right about here and came out sternum. That's an upward trajectory. That's a problem, y'all. Big problem. They are accusing Mr. Kelly of shooting an illegal. So the sheriff office, one deputy, checks the pulse of the deceased, touches the cheek for temperature, and notices there's no pulse, it's cold, and rigor mortis is starting to set in. He then checks the wrist, and then he lifts the body by the shoulder he's dead. Now, first of all, he shouldn't have done that because he already knew the body was dead. So he moved it unnecessarily. The body is 115 yards from the house. And if you're standing so Mr. Kelly went on the patio and shot the gun up in the air at about we'll call it 2:30, 2:45, or whatever. The call went into the police at 2:40. So, I mean, the ranch liaison at 2:40. So he shoots off the gun in the air. If it was a bullet from his AK-47, it would have come down and come in here and out at the lower part of the body. And the wound is a clear through and through shot, so there is no bullet. No bullet. So Mr. Kelly was standing on the porch, and his casings from his rifle were still on the ground when the police got there that evening, or the sheriff officer and Border Patrol. Now, if I wrongfully shot somebody, I'm not going to leave casings laying around. And I wouldn't call, because on a 170-acre ranch on the border of Mexico, there's a lot of ways to hide a body. Heck, you could just ignore it, and the critters will carry it off. You've got coyotes, you've got the wild pigs, you've got a lot of critters out there that will dispose of a body. But anyway, he was very concerned when he bought the property, they'd have a few people cross over his property out of Mexico a week. Not very many, but a few. In the recent times, he's having a lot of people. There's been damage. There's been fences that are cut. And so what he decided to do is they're bringing children. And so he thought, I will put a flat wire on the bottom of my fence line because the rest of it's barbed wire. So when they slip underneath the fence, they at least are not getting cut. He didn't want anybody being harmed. He's frustrated because they leave their trash. They leave water bottles all over the place empty. They leave their carpet shoes, which are shoes that have carpet glued to the bottom of them. They leave clothing. They camp out there. They leave food wrappers and trash. And it gets expensive. The biggest thing is the cut fences. And his wife used to testify. She used to go on walks every morning with her dog. She'd carry a gun on her hip, but it was more like for rattlesnakes and things like that, critters, but not necessarily for anything other than that kind of protection. Unfortunately, she says over time, she has run into and has seen the coyotes, where coyote is a person who's transporting people illegally across the border, and mules, which are the ones carrying the drugs across the border. And she has seen this a lot, and they've had encounters. So she has stopped taking those walks, and she won't go out a certain distance from the house without her husband. Understand, and they're getting older. They're 70. He's 75 now. Was 73 years old when this incident happened. So one of the things that people are frustrated about over this entire case is the fact that that night when they were doing the investigation, Mrs. Kelly was in the house, and officers, sheriff officers, and came in and said, or came to her and said, "Get your coat, get your purse. We need you to leave the house." Her husband said, "Turn on the front porch light and the back porch light." She just flipped the switch for the front porch. She goes through the house to get to the light switch for the back porch. Well, without permission and without asking, a female sheriff deputy followed her through the house. Well, that's a legal no-no. They take her and put her in one of the sheriff's car, and then they arrest her husband and put him in handcuffs. Now, once again, she's not under arrest, but she is detained. And they have not spoken to her. They didn't tell her what they were doing. They didn't say anything. They take her to the police, the sheriff's office, and they do the investigation. They ask her things. They did not read her rights. They did not tell her what her rights were. And they were asking questions. And once again, this is a couple who've never been in trouble with the law. They've never been through anything like this. They don't know the details of the law. They're not career criminals. They don't know what to ask. They bring her back to the house at 2 o'clock in the morning and they serve a search warrant on the home. They get what they get. And then the next day they come back with a secondary search warrant. They're looking for the gun that he had used in the shooting the day before. Well, the gun that he fired in the air. Now, mind you, this is a 170-acre ranch. There's nobody nearby. And the people were over 115 yards away. So he was not afraid of how he shot. They're running this way. He's shooting this way. So anyway, the investigation finds the gun that he had used hanging on the back of the bedroom door, covered by his shirt that he had on that night. And let's think about this. I've said it just recently. My grandfather used to have a thing on the wall behind the door. He'd hang his gun, he'd hang his shirt, he'd hang his overalls, he'd put his boots there and his baseball cap or cowboy hat. Because if anything happened, he'd throw him a hat, he'd throw him on, grab the gun and go. I mean, Grandpa had to run out of the house a few times in the middle of the night because something was attacking his cattle. That's normal. That is not unnormal for those kind of ranchers and people to do. So for me, that's not a red flag, but they're trying to make it a red flag. I'm not going to give 100% of the details of this case. It's too much. But one of the things that bothers me is let's talk about Mr. Kelly standing there. Oh, shoot, I got a delivery. I'll be right back. Thank you for waiting. This is Friday, and I am helping my son just answer the door at his business, and it's a package day. We get all of our shipments on Friday. So I'm back. Okay, so Mr. Kelly is alleged to be standing on the porch by the prosecution, takes an AK and shoots 115 yards, hitting the gentleman in the back and the bullet exiting the chest behind the sternum. So it's going in upward. Oh my gosh. One more. I apologize. What's happening is so they're saying that Mr. Kelly pointed the gun and shot this guy, and it went in here and came in the between ribs 6, 7, and 8, and blew those ribs out and came out the sternum. And he's the one who has caused all this. Well, nobody is talking about the fact that the person who witnessed the shooting, who was an illegal, could have been the murderer. And it is absolutely insane that nobody's talking about that. So anyway, poor Mr. Kelly and his wife. Oh my gosh. Oh, we're good. Okay, we're good. Yeah, this doorbell's been going off like crazy, but we get all of our shipments a lot of times on Friday. So Mr. Kelly and his wife are working through this process. Now, one of the things is that when Mexican authorities ID'd the body and told the Border Patrol and the U.S. Sheriff's Department who the person was, the sheriff's office, hi, yes, of course. Hey, you can keep it open. It's fine. So how are you doing, love? Painting and pizza tonight? Yay, we're doing painting and pizza tonight. So what happened is that the sheriff's office deputy and supervisor went to Mexico and interviewed these potential witnesses in front of the family's children, 2 daughters, both pregnant, and did not ask for ID of anyone, did not verify any identity from anybody. And on top of that, they did it in a cantina inside of a hotel and didn't record the interview. And then they decided it was too noisy, too many people. They moved to the lobby of the hotel and finished the interview and then did a 6-minute recording. Yeah. And then one person who was a witness disappeared. They don't know what happened to him. Totally fell off the face of the earth. To me, that's all like, come on, y'all. That to me right there says a lot. Unfortunately, um, I do feel bad for the families, but both of the men that were crossing together knew each other for 20 years. The witness that testified, Daniel testified, Gabriel was the victim, I believe, or is Daniel the victim and Gabriel? The one who witnessed the shooting, both he and the victim were friends for 20 years, and they have crossed many times and gotten caught in the U.S. border, so he testified. He testified that he had crossed 10 times or so, 9 to 10 times, into the U.S., got caught every single time over a 20-year period. He said he spent $2,500 each time. There were 2 times he did not pay because one time they were caught and sent back. They were able to go back in again, depending on, as I will say, depending on the coyote. It depends on how far you cross the border and you get caught will depend, and if you get caught, whether or not you get caught with or without the coyote, will depend on whether or not they'll charge you to come back again. So say you're with the coyote and you get a mile in and you get caught, they'll let you have another try without charging you the full price or at all. But one of the 2 times, I need to get my notes because I don't want to. One of the 2 times, the witness was caught with drugs, and he was sentenced and charged and did time in the United States for that crime. I'm looking. Okay, this is the different court case. Let me look. I have about 5 court cases and notes I got to file away. But anyway, I'll look later. But anyway, he was caught. He served time in the U.S. for that and sent back. So he has already brought drugs into the U.S. once. Already brought drugs into the U.S. once. So I don't trust this witness at all. I don't trust any of it. I don't trust his testimony at all. Nobody is also looking at the fact that the witness said that they crossed the border at the wall. They came around the wall, came onto Mr. Kelly's property. While they were with the coyote and on Mr. Kelly's property, the coyote said, Border Patrol in Spanish. I don't know how to say that. If you do, let me know. And he and the group crouched down and froze where they were, waited for the car to pass. So the witness said he didn't see a vehicle. He heard the vehicle. He said himself and Gabriel. So I think that's Daniel's the witness. Gabriel is the one that was shot. They ran off in one direction. Everybody kind of just scattered. And they ran for a certain amount of time. They were both carrying 6 liters of water in their backpacks. Gabriel was found with a backpack. He had a fanny pack that he had, that the strap was hooked or caught onto the backpack strap, but was laying next to him. The buckle was broken. He had a radio on him. And he said that they stopped running and dropped the water. When they dropped the water, they decided they weren't going to carry it anymore. So they dropped the water and ran some more. And they dropped the water and run some more. And then they stopped. That is when they stopped. And that is when, at that stopping point, that they were, that's when the shooting happened. Now, the guy testifying, the witness, Daniel, states that the horse was shot and Gabriel was shot, and Gabriel said, "I'm shot," and grabs his chest, and with one hand, he falls back. When the body was found, it was on its stomach. He had a baseball cap on, and I don't have one on me. I have one in the other room. You have the baseball cap, and the bill was pushed down over the brim of the nose, and the back of the hat was right here. The backpack, which, if you look at the photos that they showed in court of prior crossings that was found on Gabriel's phone, where he was wearing the same clothing, the same backpacks, the same fanny pack, the same radio, and had binoculars, showed he had it pretty tight. The backpack was worn high. It wasn't like a high school kid wearing it low on their waist almost. Was up over the head and touching the ground. And it's almost like if you were to take the loop on that back wrap and drag the body, it's going to pull up over the head. The cap is going to push down. The defense has made the assumption or the plausibility of the body being dragged by somebody, because at the scene where the body was found, there's no blood splatter. There's no indication. When the bullet comes out, there's going to be a spray of tissue and blood, and there is none anywhere around. The only blood that's found is under the body. So there's just a lot of. So the witness states that after his friend was shot and fell back, that he said, "Thank you, Lord, for the horse and protecting me," and he left. He prayed and then left. The backpack was partially opened, and the fanny pack looked like it had been torn off the body, and the buckle had gotten caught on the backpack. Well, if the fanny pack is worn around your waist, it's not going to interfere with the backpack. If it's worn crossbody and you're trying to pull it, it's going to appear that way. The other interesting fact that nobody's really harping on right now is the fact that the deceased hands were in a clenched position holding dirt and grass. If you're being dragged, what are you going to do? And you're still alive. Yeah. That shot, he could have lived a few minutes. It did hit an artery. So until you actually bleed out, you're alive. It did go through the lung. It did break ribs. So he didn't live long, but there's just a lot of contingencies there. So that's where we are. I'm waiting for court to come back. So the gentleman, I call him gentleman, it's loosely, Daniel stated that after the shot happened, he said when the shot happened, now I want you to picture this. The house is here, the victim is over here. I'm going to do it this way. The house is my hand and the victim is over here. Let me do full screen. Y'all don't need to see this. I can keep watching. I'm going to do full screen with me. So the house is here, the victim is over here. Hey, Kat, hold on a minute, y'all. my gosh, Scott, you're right. My gosh, I wonder how long that mic has been off. Oh my gosh. I got 3 places this mic can go off. Oh my gosh, Scott, you are awesome. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I've been talking forever. Oh my gosh, I said so much. Oh my gosh, let me thank Scott. So basically what I said is that talking about the distance from the ranch, running, the witness stated that he was to the west of the house. He stated we're back. I am learning, Scott. I've only been doing this for a matter of weeks, and I got a mute on the StreamYard. I got a mute on the computer. I got a mute on the soundboard, and we've been having internet issues, and the internet muted me. Arrgh. I've just been rehashing everything I've already said, nothing new. Okay, this lady standing here is a court reporter. God love her. Her family was in like the Bahamas or somewhere on a vacation, and she chose to stay and finish her job. Really commend you, madam. You're so awesome. Thank you so much. No one gives the court reporters a kudos that they deserve. So right now, I give you a round of applause for what you do. It is a hard job, y'all. It is a hard job.
Please be seated. The record show the presence of all the jurors and counsel on the
Scott,
defendant.
thank you for joining me.
Considering the talk to the comptrollers about the Monday situation, I think that listen carefully to what you said. I think you have a very reasonable.
Okay,
position.
the audio is
Perspective. We're not
horrible.
at court on Monday. Number one, it looks like the trial might go longer than I had represented to you that it would go. Not real happy about having done that and being in that position. And I also represented to you, court would be Tuesday through Friday. So to add another condition coming in on Monday after I've already going through the first deadline likely, then I'm going to respect that. Also, I think you sized the situation up pretty well. As I told you this morning, everything's unpredictable. We don't know exactly how long things are going to take, but I think there's a reasonable likelihood that we could go into the following week, which is the way you kind of looked at it and sized it up, and it makes sense. So we're not at court on Monday. We're going to finish today about 3 o'clock, depending on where we are or where we are with this witness, and then we'll adjourn until Tuesday of next week at 8:30. Okay? Good. Well, thank you for your input. I think that was helpful to us. I'm glad I asked you. Okay, with the witness back on the stand, still under oath, you can go ahead, Mr. Jen.
Thank you, Grant. I just want to clear up a couple things.
Hey, Scott, what's your take on the trial?
Before we break.
I'm turning this down for a second. I don't know. The volume has got the air conditioning hiss. This is the, I will tell you, I'm about ready to, oh my mic. I'm going to have to fix the mic stand. I'll let y'all watch without this. But just FYI, the replay volume is better, so I may post the replay for y'all later.
I'm sure just for the record, 102 is getting edited and 135 coming on. Go ahead and open those.
Okay, y'all, mic stand fixed.
Doesn't matter which one.
Start with the box.
Yay.
Start with Government Exhibit 102. You recognize that, right? You can take it out. It's been admitted.
Okay,
Is that
y'all,
the
this is like the
magazine
second
with
time
black
we've
rounds
seen
in it?
this, or third.
Where was that magazine found?
This was inside The
Well, thank
HA
you
was
for
actually
following
up there
Mr. R.A. I really
So,
appreciate
government
Mr.
exhibit
R.A.
one
and
oh
thank you for coming
two
over to
is the
me.
magazine that goes
Let
with
me know
government
how the
exhibit
sound is on your
101.
end. I'm not
Correct.
liking this
101,
speed.
102 go together.
That's correct.
The shell casing, you can put that in the box.
Don't
The
have
shell
all these
casings
witnesses
found,
that
I can
Mr.
bring out the
R.A. has.
exhibit, but
Put them
101, the
close.
gun box, remember the gun box?
Yes.
And there's a small envelope, government exhibit 101.1.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
What are those shell casings inside that box?
These right here?
No. The 101, big box with the gun, and there's a small envelope inside there.
All of our spec casings
From who?
from this item. That's what you're asking?
I'm asking the spent casings, is this from Rick Wines?
Yes, that's from Rick Weinstein, the expert.
So the spent shell casings in the box with the rifle are expert spent shell casings that they use to test the weapon.
That's correct.
102 is ammo that was actually with the weapon when recovered on the search warrant.
That's correct.
And go ahead, 135.1. Should just be a single empty magazine.
The bullet
That was testimony
they
from
used to represent
DPS forensic scientist Brudenell that
in the
he took ammunition
test of
from
the gun
that
were
magazine
actual
and test fired it.
magazines
That's correct.
Right.
pre-filled with
And
ammo,
then finally,
and they were
government
owned by
exhibit
Mr. Kelly.
103 to 110 are the spent shell casings found on scene.
That's correct.
Those
I just want to make sure we get all these
casings
spent
and
shell
ammo
casings
and
and
everything were
ammunition.
not provided.
All these things are found
Control.
from the search warrants.
That's correct.
And all of them are the same type of ammunition.
That's correct.
I'm a retriever.
Once again, Scott, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. It's so difficult starting a new channel, and I really commend Mr. R.A. I have learned so much from him. And in the near future, with another case, I will be
And
signing,
there may have been some confusion.
which is very hard to do.
I got some other stuff in my throat.
Maybe
About the fanny pack.
now I will have to wear
When
a
I asked you about any damage, I was referring to, is there any
work.
gunshot damage to the fanny pack?
No, there's no gunshot to the fanny pack.
No gunshot damage.
No gunshot damage.
When you did the search warrant 008, this is the second search warrant, and you went to the barn to search the barn,
That's correct.
what else did you search out there?
Myself and now Sergeant Bunting, we actually walked southwest of the property, approximately, I'm gonna say a quarter of a mile to almost a half a mile just south, just walking, searching.
And did you find anything?
No, sir.
And one of the things I was asking you about, did you find, remember I was going through the list of things you didn't find?
Yes, sir.
I didn't ask you, did you find any backpacks?
We didn't find any backpacks.
They would not leave a backpack.
And when you were on scene in the search warrant, are there any pine trees in the area?
Yes, there is.
And just so I want to make sure we're crystal clear, the picture from KK, Defense Exhibit KK, the one with the sun in it, I can show it to you.
I remember.
Is that a photograph that you took?
That's not my photograph. I do not recognize that photograph.
Who took it? By the way, I don't know why they're focusing on the barn. The
You
barn,
took all the photographs
nothing,
from
barn.
search warrants.
That's correct.
nothing was found in
And
the
Sergeant
barn.
Flores took photographs of what?
He took photographs. Believe I wasn't there, but I believe he's during the cutting of the branch.
Did you also take photographs of the victim?
That's correct.
All right. You branch and victim, and you had all the other photographs.
That's correct.
And we'll have your co-counsel. Let me get teed up here. Give me a few moments, John, for the interview.
Just so you know that this particular witness works for the sheriff department. He's an evidence guy,
She's coming back.
crimes investigator.
Just 1 second.
He has sat through this entire trial.
Are you ready?
He has heard every single witness.
Go and play the date exhibit. No. Okay.
Excuse my allergies.
Oh, no,
I am in
it's-
Texas.
We're ready to play.
We're ready to play.
All right, this is exhibit.
Why is the camera person getting the exhibit on the monitors before it's published?
All right. This
Then
is,
you pan over to the
That's
to
correct,
the
exhibit 57.
witness.
All right, very well. How's the audio on this?
Oh,
It's a video and audio.
no, bueno. We can't do this.
Audio?
Get
I
off.
say that now, but
Get off already. You can't do this.
I just have some recollection here.
I'm not getting what I want.
All right, we'll see it, we'll try it. Again, I have no speaker up here, so what you're hearing, what I hear is different volumes. So if you have a problem hearing this.
Now you can show it. Oh my gosh.
All right. Any objection from the defense? Over there? Not, anybody there?
I apologize.
That's right. Any objection?
Playing this?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Okay, good. Just check. Go ahead.
Are you a car deal then?
You're still on.
I didn't hear that.
Comment.
Are you a car deal then? I didn't hear that.
What do you think?
All right, I went to Wake Forest. Okay.
Terry.
Nice. Okay. Now, what is your highest level of education? Graduate school.
Please get it off, Mr. Kelly. Thank you.
Pre-med, an undergraduate,
Oh, here.
pre-med, and graduate. Okay. Where'd you go to
This
school
is
at?
very damning.
Wake Forest University, University of North Carolina, NC State, Appalachian State.
Oh,
How long you
Appalachian.
been
Hey,
retired?
I'm with you, bud. That's my neck of the woods.
I've been a rancher.
Born in
I was
Appalachian.
born on the farm. And so I worked for, the only time I worked, other than for my own self, I worked for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for 10 years. All right. And then after that, I went into business for myself. Okay. Rancher.
Okay. Obviously, your main language is English, correct?
Yeah.
Do you understand any Spanish, knowing where you live?
Yes, I know muy malo, but it's not bien.
Okay. Can you read and write it?
No.
No.
I can read it, but I can't.
Can you understand the Spanish language?
Sometimes, if you, I don't know.
Depends on the dialect of Spanish that's being used.
Okay, okay. Many Italians that are about to deal with told me over that.
So right now, you prefer, language is English?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Have you consumed any medications and or substances that can inhibit what we're gonna talk about?
Inhibit,
Like, you're not gonna understand?
I take my high blood pressure medicine, I take it in the morning.
And are you good right now?
You gotta ask my wife. No, I understand what you're saying.
Well,
I'm cognizant, I know what you're asking me, and I'm not confused to the point that, I'm upset to the point you'd be if you found what I found.
Okay, just, hold on. Where do you live, sir? Give me your physical
101 across Circle.
How long you live there?
Six. I bought that ranch in 2002, and we had a ranch there and had a ranch in Canela. So you can say I've lived there in the farm. We lived in the farm from 2002 to 2008, and I built a house where I live now.
Okay, who lives with you?
My wife,
What's your wife's name?
Wanda C. Kelly.
And just you and your wife.
Just me and my wife, and a cat and 2 dogs.
How long have you lived there? Since when?
I built the house in 2008, and we moved in 2009. But I've owned that ranch since 2002. I built my barn in 2003.
As of right now, you say you're retired, you take care of a ranch.
I'm not retired. By retired, I draw Social Security, but the ranchers never retired.
Okay, but I'm sorry, that's your main income right now. Aside from your social security, you maintain your ranch,
Yes,
and it's your ranch.
it's my ranch, only 100% mine and my wife.
And cattle?
Yes,
Okay, that's what you do then.
cattle and horses.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm trying to find something behind me.
so, George, you know why you're here?
Yeah, because that guy brought me in that Chevy, which I don't like riding in Chevy, but it's okay.
But do you know why they brought you down here?
I assume that, yeah, I know why they called me down here, because I found a body on my ranch. Well, what were you gonna do?
So right now, sir, I'm gonna read your rights.
Yeah, I knew you get this coming sooner or later.
So it's 8.
Hey, I got it right.
So it's 2034, okay? All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will
All
be
right,
used
at this
against
point,
you
he
in
needs to
court of law.
shut up and
You have the
lawyer.
right to talk to the lawyers and have them present with you while being questioned.
You are now a person
If
of
you cannot
interest.
afford to hire one, one will be appointed to you to represent you before any
This
question.
is gonna go so wrong.
You may cease talking at any time.
So wrong.
You understand each of these rights that I've read to you?
Yes, sir.
Now
I
having
think this is
understanding these rights and knowing your rights.
I
you
think
wish
this
to
is
talk
gonna
to
be
us.
the aha I've been waiting for that I've
It's
not
a yes
gotten.
or a no.
Can I ask something? Jose Lerma was my attorney,
Okay,
and he's retired now, he lives in Tucson.
okay,
So I don't have an attorney.
okay, so let me ask you this. Do you understand each right I read to you?
Yeah.
You have the right to remain silent, you have the right to have a lawyer present, you can talk.
If you were me, would you have a lawyer present?
I can't give you any legal information, sir. So my question
I
to
would
you
like to remain silent,
is,
find an attorney, and
now knowing you understand your rights, you understand your rights.
Yes, I understand.
Every
Never.
single right I read to you, you understand.
Yes, I understand.
Now, having understanding your rights, being read rights, and you understand your rights, do you wish to talk to us?
If I talk to you, can I refuse to answer a question?
Yes or no, sir?
he's
Simple
being
as that.
pitchy, and yes, he can
I
refuse to
want
answer a
more
question.
ways
You wish to talk to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that I do, but I'm.
Well, that was bullying,
But I want this thing solved.
Okay. All right. All right, Joyce.
which is fine.
Tell
Like,
me everything you did today, from the time you woke up to the time you came here and me talking to you.
Okay, I woke up, I ate breakfast. I went out and let my horse out into the main pasture, checked on my water and my cattle, checked on the dogs, fed the dogs, fed the horse. Came back in and ate lunch. When I was eating lunch, and this is the heart of the matter, and I'm being open about this, okay? And I want to make sure you understand I'm being open. I was eating lunch, and while I was eating lunch, you only been in my house, but I have a little island there, and you can see out the window. You can see out the window. I heard a shot, close. And I looked up and I saw my horse running across the pasture in front, about 150 yards. And I saw men in full, this has happened 3 other times. This was investigated by your department back in the spring. If you live out there on the border, you see people coming up through there all the time. So I saw guys running across in full, normally they have full green top and bottom with backpacks on. This was unusual because these guys had tan shirts and pants with full brown, big, solid backpacks. Okay? I saw them and I heard the shot when I came out there. And I went out there and I saw them running down and into, see that the ranch is big, into an arroyo. I immediately took my cell phone out. I called Jeremy Morcell, who is the ranch liaison for Border Patrol. I told him what I saw. And he said, we'll send somebody out there as quick as we can. They said, did you hear a shot fired? I said, yes, I heard one shot fired. And they said, okay, we're going to send the sheriff's department because the shot was fired. And we're going to send the border patrol because you saw people you assumed were drug dealers. Because I see them out there all the time. And so they said, just, they'll be out there, you get out be outside where you can see or wherever. And so they came, Border Patrol came first, then y'all guys had 2 or 3 units come out, I think there were 5 officers, a man and 2 men and 2 ladies, and then there was another one, 3
They're separate groups.
vehicles. 3 sheriff. I didn't see the sheriff. Are all of them that come out there with the sheriff? Okay. And then I just stood there while they completely surrounded that area, walked all through it. It's 170 acres land. They stayed out there and walked through it, right where I saw the guys running in the wash and all that stuff. They walked and examined it, and Officer Lopez. Jorge? No, Rafael. Rafael Lopez.
No! Y'all. Let me refresh the feed. This is their live feed. It's not me, y'all. I'll get it back. I'll get it back, I promise. Come on.
They didn't see anybody. I didn't work for patrol and attention. They walked down the border. Again, we didn't see anything. Again,
Fine, what you said.
and the officers are out there in the border. They said, okay, we've looked. They're not here. They've gone. Of course, it was 30 minutes after I called for anybody to get there. I understand that. You can't tell it work. So they had plenty of time to run down the wash, cross the fence where they cut all the fences this week, last week. And I reported fence cut in 10 places to move. They still cut. And I assume they ran down the wash, went through the same place, the fences were cut, and then went over into Glen. That's my guess. I'm just saying that. Okay, so they said, look, the place is clean. There's nothing, nobody's out here, no illegals, no drug runners, nobody's out here. As far as they can tell. And I said, okay, so I went back in, and my wife and I were getting ready to eat supper. And so it was about 5 o'clock. I went out to put my horse on. I wanted to check him over real good, because I didn't know if that one shot was fired, whether they might have shot my horse. I checked him over real good, put him up. No, I better get out there. When I went out to get him, he was out in the pasture. When I went out to get the horse, then I walked around down the little road where the horse comes. He follows me down. When I'm following the horse in to put the horse up, then I'm in the road and my dogs are with me. I got 2 Labrador retrievers. Dogs are so they're shut up in my garage right now. 2 dogs, and here's the trail. I'm walking down the trail. 10 yards off the trail, the dogs ran over there and began investigating. And I've trained my dogs. I've trained 1,000 lambs. I knew that they had seen something, spotted something, smelled something. I walked over there. I saw the body. It was lying face down. I didn't do anything to it because I knew. I said, this is bad. I could tell the individual. I had medical training. I could tell the individual wasn't breathing. And by the look, it was laying face down, flat, face down, and his face was in the dirt. And I wanted to make sure that he wasn't alive. because I would immediately call an ambulance. But I watched, I maybe stood there for 3 minutes.
Now, once again, in the middle of a situation like that, you can stand there
I
and pick
didn't see
your nose
any
like that.
blood.
So I
I
wouldn't
didn't see
hold that
any,
time.
I just saw the body. I immediately, I backed up the way I came to it. Because I knew, I said, okay, I've got a body here. This is going to be an investigation. They're going to need the evidence not be contaminated. So I backed up, walked right back to the house the way I came, immediately called Jerry Morissette, the Border Patrol liaison, and I told him I need Border Patrol and the Sheriff's Department out here. I didn't tell him why. I just said that there's a body out here. I didn't say human or anything. I said there's a body out here. And that immediately he called you guys and the Border Patrol and the Border, or we call the Border Patrol his main office. They called the Sheriff's Department. Because that's the way he said it was. Then the lady called me, the Sheriff's Department called me back and said, we're sending officers out there, they should be out there immediately. They were out there while I was talking to her on the phone. And from that was Sergeant Lucas. Sergeant, is this Sergeant? No. Officer Lopez. Raphael Lopez. He said, will you take me out and, I'm trying to make sure I did it right. There was another officer there, in a shirt like that.
Comment hit him in the butt earlier in the trial.
And he went with us. We waited for him, because that's right. Lopez wanted us to wait for him, so he got there, he did, he came up quickly before dark. And he said, okay, I want you to take us to what you saw. So we walked down the road, the three of us, and I had marked where the body was.
Come on, this court feed. I've tried other videos and just kind of in the background. This is not my internet. This is them. And I don't have some of the equipment that other people do to help with this. So I'm going to let that turn. Refresh the feed. Play again. Sorry, guys. This is their feed, not mine. And that sometimes happens with court feeds. So it is what it is.
Here we go. He said, will you take me out and, I'm trying to make sure I did it right. There was another officer there, in a shirt like that, it was a tan shirt over the door. And he went with us. We waited for him, because that's right. Lopez wanted us to wait for him, so he got there, he did, he came up quickly before dark. And he said, okay, I want you to take us to what you saw. So we walked down the road, the three of us, and I had marked where the body was.
Oh man, come on. Seriously? See, this is them, not me. Wait, they. Oh. Okay, the page cannot be reached. So it is not me. I tried to refresh. Let me keep refreshing. Okay, I just did a diagnostic. It's not my end, it is their feed. All right, while we're waiting for this, let me just say this. He made the comment, let me get this right. You got to understand, if you've never been in a situation like this, a stressful situation like this, your adrenaline's running, things going, everything's going through your mind, everything's like a real fast movie, and it's really fast. And then you have to sit down and slow yourself down and rethink all of the events and try to make sure you get them in order. It is not easy. And at his age, No offense to anybody who's 73, 75, but our brains don't think as fast as they used to. I tell my friends, my ears don't hear so fast. Well, then again, I'm deaf now, but it's true. We process differently the older we get. Um, none of the conversations with the Border Patrol liaison was recorded. Nothing was recorded conversationally wise at all. Even the body cameras didn't even get some recordings. I found that very interesting. Why did we not get body cam? Why did you stop the body cam? Why did you not continue body cam? What's going on? I don't understand. So, yeah, and once again, I'm refreshing.
By a flashlight.
Oh, thank
One
you.
of my little,
Come on. Ah, played for a minute. So they really nailed him on this flashlight too. And I thought, man, if I was the one who shot somebody, I would highlight it with a
No.
flashlight, bring everybody in.
and they said, okay, let's back off, because we don't want to contaminate the evidence. Let's back off and go back to the house. But the one officer, was a sergeant or I don't know, he stayed with the body. And me and, Officer Lopez went back to the house, not in the house, we went back to his vehicle. And he said, I'm gonna call other officers. And so there's, I don't know, 4 or 5 of us. He said, where's your wife? I said, she's in the house. Can they go up to talk to her? And I said, of course. They went up and rang the doorbell and they talked to her. And then she's been brought here too, I think. I don't know. But I never saw it after that, period. So I'm sure I've left out some things, but that basically, as much as I remember. I will say this, that I've never been confronted with a situation like this, so I'm still somewhat agitated. I'm still somewhat nervous, upset. You don't find a body on the ranch.
I understand. Let me ask you something now. Did you ever call the sheriff's office directly?
No.
No, the border patrol.
Did you ever advise border patrol that you saw someone inside your house?
There was nobody was inside my house.
So when you initially called border patrol, you never made a statement where you told?
Oh, yeah, right.
I got people inside my house?
No, I never told that because there's nobody inside my house. I said, I'm inside my house and there's people running outside. That was the initial call of border patrol. Because I can see the backpack, I assume they were probably drug runners, and I always called border patrol.
What time was it around when you initially called the people?
I was eating lunch, but I was late.
Guys, he was in.
It could be more than
1:32 o'clock.
And you mentioned that you heard the shot.
I want to explain something really quick. When he moved out to that property, and for years he's been told, if you have anything that happens on your property or around your property you're concerned about that involves an illegal, you always call Border Patrol. Now, if it's a medical emergency, then you call 911 or the sheriff's office if it's a break-in, if it's a theft. But if you see illegals on your property, if you have problems with illegals on your property, you call Border Patrol. That's why he called Border Patrol. It's not necessarily a mission of guilt.
Do you own any weapons?
Yeah.
And how many weapons do you own? And what type of weapons do you own?
Many weapons.
Well, I just said he's gonna come get all our guns, so I don't know that I want to answer that.
That's okay.
And
And that's in your right?
I had, Officer Lopez has my 40 caliber Glock. And I had it on my side, and he said, will you let me?
I said, well, oh, wait, what? I want to hear about the gun. I'm
Have
protecting
that, and
my.
I'll put it in my car and give it back to you when this is all done. So I have he has my 40 caliber Glock.
But is it safe to say that you have more weapons in the house?
I I'm not gonna ask you.
Let me ask, I'm gonna tell you this,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a
Chair,
search warrant.
check your head.
That's fine.
I'm drafting up a search warrant.
That's fine.
Whether you tell me or not, Woody, I'm gonna find out. Let me tell you this. You know we conduct ballistics, correct?
Yeah.
Please tell me that was a court feed stop and not. Okay, that's a court feed stop, but where's everything else that's going on in the courtroom? I'm going to come back here where they.
And now knowing your life was in danger because you heard the shots, I'm asking you, did you ever run after these people?
No, I'm not run after him.
At the time you were eating lunch, were you armed?
I had my 40 caliber on my side.
Are you always armed?
Yes.
Okay. And,
Well, not always. I don't do the regular.
I mean, during your normal day, during your normal day.
Yeah, I was at 40 caliber.
So at one point you never, went after these people?
No,
You never, tried to see who you were?
no. Now, when I called Border Patrol and they were coming out, I walked down the road and across the wash and up to the other side because I simply wanted to see if somebody was over there shooting my cows. So I didn't walk after them. I just walked down the road and walked to my block.
Was there around the same time when the deputies initially responded as well?
I'm not sure I understand.
When you said that you walked the wash and you went up to check that nobody was checking your cows or,
Yeah.
killing your cows, I'm sorry. Was that around the same time when the deputies responded when you mentioned that there were?
Yes, I met them on the road. The Border Patrol came there first.
So we have deputies saying that you were armed with a rifle, is that true?
Yes.
So that's true?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go back to the house to get the rifle?
Did I ever go back to the house? I have to go back clean.
To the house, because right now I asked you if you were armed. You said you only were armed with your
Yeah.
handgun. Now you're saying that you had a rifle.
I was armed when I saw the individuals. Before I started walking down the road, I got my AK-47. So I have an I got it, and I put it on my shoulder with my pistol, and I walked down the road with the pistol and the AK-47. You'd have to be out there, but it's the main road through the ranch. I didn't look for them, I didn't chase them. I just walked down and went over to the barn
Thank you
to
so
make sure that everything was secure.
And we say you found your life was in danger because of the shot or because you saw the man?
Because the shot. And I saw the men after the shot. We put the two together. And you know what it's like to be out there. I mean, I've been shot 3 times in the last 20 years.
Have you reported those kinds of incidents?
Yeah, in fact, the
That's
sheriff actually
cool.
arrested one of the guys. There was not a drug. I was closing the gate one time, and 3 shots came by. One of them clipped my ear.
When was this?
How long ago? Years ago. And I called the sheriff immediately. And they came out, and they came down Pino Springs Drive, and the guy was trying to run away, and they caught him and took
Oh,
him.
honey, that changes the ball game. That does not help the prosecution. If this
So
man
you go out there and find the body. What time did you find the body?
3 times by
It was before dark, so I would say,
sorry. That would give more than enough cause for fear.
5 o'clock. And what did you do once you saw the body?
as soon as I saw the body, backed off,
Times, man, I'm
went to the house,
where to go.
and called.
Is there any reason you called Border Patrol and not us first?
Because the Border Patrol were the initial investigators of the incident that took place earlier that day. And Jerry Marcel is the ranch liaison, and he said, anytime you see any people out there
Bingo.
that you are suspicious of, call us, and we'll come out and investigate. And so he'd already been out there, and we have a personal relationship. I mean, he's a ranch liaison, I've known him for years.
Bingo.
So I called him, and that's why, and he said, I will call the sheriff's department. I said, please call the sheriff's department. So,
Bingo.
I don't know if I answered the question like you asked it. I'm not sure. You ask it again, I'll answer it.
Something's not adding up.
Okay, Kimberly's not adding up.
Something's not adding up. It's just how they all came about, how it was reported the first and how the second one was reported. You made some statements to some deputies, I don't see that it's very concerning to me.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give you the opportunity to be straight up with me, be honest. Okay?
He is being honest.
This is your time to try to help yourself. If you shot this person by
Body language
mistake
shows me he's being honest.
or by fear,
Body language.
you gotta let me know, because I'm gonna do a search on your house.
I understand.
And I'm gonna do ballistics.
He keeps threatening with it. Just do it,
Or
dude.
you bullet on the body, and you protect your weapon, you're gonna be in trouble.
I understand.
So, I'm giving you the opportunity right now to be real honest with me. And if you shot this person, you gotta let me know. You gotta be honest with me, George, because nothing's adding up right now.
Okay.
The statements you made on scene and what you're telling me right now,
I don't know what didn't add up.
it's not adding up.
Tell me what didn't add up.
It's just the stories, your demeanor and your behavior, okay? So, I'm gonna ask you one more time, okay? And I'm gonna ask you
This morning.
to be honest with you,
I've been honest with you.
okay? So, if you shot this person by fear, and you hit him, and he died, you gotta let me know. Because like I said, I'm gonna do a search on your house, and I'm gonna recover every single weapon, and I'm gonna get it tested. Whether you tell me,
I have no reason to believe I shot this person.
what does that mean?
It means I have no reason to believe I shot him. That's simple.
Did you shoot?
Bam, 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 bam,
You
bam.
made a statement, let me put it this way. You made a statement on one of your 911 calls to this agent, I shot something. Okay?
To a border patrol agent?
Yes, sir.
I don't know, I did not.
So your stories are not.
I didn't make that statement.
Okay, well, it is, okay, and I'm gonna talk to the board.
That's fine.
Everything's recorded, you understand?
I understand.
Okay, so I'm asking you one more time.
I did not make the statement that I shot
I'm gonna ask
someone.
you, you shot at something. That's exactly what was said, okay, and it was said.
I did not make that statement.
This is when I would say I leave my dream by.
I'm telling you, this is your opportunity
I understand.
to come forward and tell me the truth,
I'm telling you that did not make the statement that I shot somebody.
okay?
Or shot at somebody or shot period.
Well, it was said by you, okay? So my question is right now.
How do you know it said by me?
Because the agent that called us said that you needed someone out there because you had shot someone.
That's the agent said it. I didn't
That's
say
right.
it.
That's hearsay.
Okay,
I didn't make the statement that I shot at or shot somebody.
so the agent.
The agent, no, he might have.
It's interpretation.
I'm not gonna say what the agent did. I hadn't heard the
Okay,
agent.
so did you shoot this gentleman?
No. As far as I know, I mean, how can I know that?
You're the one with the rifle.
He shot up in the air.
You're the one out, was found out with a rifle. You're the one that found the body coincidentally hours after you spotted him. Okay?
I did not shoot at anybody.
Your wife is here,
I'm
I
kidding.
understand.
and I'm gonna talk to her.
Talk to her.
Okay? So, you never shot this gentleman?
No. No. I mean,
His reaction is what I would call
Well, let's
truthful.
do the ballistics. and-
His reactions are what I would expect from somebody in his.
I understand that.
And if that round came out of your AK-47
Right.
or AR-15, guess what?
I'll go to jail.
Exactly.
I understand. That's the way it is. In other
So,
words,
okay, so now knowing that, tell yourself,
He's a good
tell me the
interviewer.
truth right now.
I haven't told you the lie yet.
George, look at me. George.
He's a good interviewer.
I can see it in your eyes right now, that you wanna tell me something.
Oh my God, that is
I can see you
so.
wanna make this right,
They're trained to
and
say
be at
that
peace
stuff.
with yourself.
He's a good one.
If you shot this gentleman, you gotta let me know now. If you keep lying, it's gonna get worse for you.
I haven't said I didn't. I'll shoot you.
Did you shoot?
What's going on? Oh, they have to keep jumping in the video.
Towards these gentlemen?
The problems. I got it now.
Not.
George, did you shoot at these gentlemen?
Nope.
Do not shoot at those men.
Did you shoot?
Yeah. I
Okay.
shot over there.
Okay.
Like this.
Well, you struck someone. And it's that person that's dead right now.
I don't know. The shot,
I'm telling you right now.
well, the shot fired originally might have
You
been
understand what you just told me?
The guy
Shot.
not acting over the head.
How far were they when you shot them?
150 yards.
Okay.
digging his
How accurate of a shooter are you?
Yeah.
Have you actually zeroed that rifle? Out to range and zero it.
No.
So it's not accurate.
I shot 100 yards over their head.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Let's say the target.
How dark was it when you shot?
Huh?
How dark was it?
2 o'clock in the afternoon. So plenty of light.
And why did you shoot them when they were running away from you?
Because when you're out there with that situation, and you have people that they weren't running away from me, they were just running. I didn't know where they were going.
You said earlier that they were running away.
They're running across.
Okay, away
Across the line.
Were they coming at you?
No, they were running parallel with me.
Were they coming at you?
Okay, I'm not trying to,
No, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this.
let's just get,
before you say any
look at this point right here. Here's the point. Here's where I'm standing.
or decision on his
These
part.
people that I saw running were running like this.
150 yards away from you.
100 to 100, I didn't measure.
So it's taught that you believe
100,
the
150 yards.
system, you talk to the police, you
And
help the police.
They were
Little does he know,
armed.
just got himself arrested.
They were armed.
What were they on?
Rifles?
You can ask my wife. Also, she knows what, she just had a rifle. She said, I see them have a rifle. And she'll tell you that they had a rifle. And so, they had a rifle, they were running across like this,
He shot up.
and at 150 yards. And I shot 100 yards over their head.
And he is-
You aim a gun like this, got 150 yards, you know the range of an AK-47 go what, mile? And so, if I'm aiming over their head that far. there's
He's
no
very
way I could've
consistent
shot
in the
them.
direction he shot, and the angle that he's holding his up.
With the rifle, did they ever point that rifle at you?
Yeah,
Oh, now they do.
okay, the guy's running with a rifle, and he turns, he's gonna turn and he's gonna point it
This
at
is painful.
just like in a mode of turning, he's gonna point it at you. So, yeah, they turned with the rifle and pointed it toward it. In fact, my wife saw this.
Soon after they
Keep,
pointed the
don't
rifle,
let him
the
start-
rifle at
keep
you,
listening,
how
and
long did it take you to
right
shoot?
back, but it'll keep playing.
Over the top of their head immediately.
And any other time?
No, that's it.
Where is that rifle at right now?
In my house, I'll give it to you. I'll open the door, you know I
You're
didn't.
not going back to the house. You're not going back to the house right now.
Okay.
The house is secure right now. Like I said,
My dogs are shut in the door.
we'll take care of the dogs, don't worry about it. We'll find out, we'll find out. But like I said, George, there's some inconsistencies with your story. The stories some statements you made on.
I'm 74 years old, I'm saying I might be confused.
George, can you let me finish, please? I'll let you talk, can you let me finish now?
Okay.
Okay, so there is inconsistencies in your story right now. What I've been told by deputies on scene, what you said and what you told local train. Okay? You just admitted right now that you shot
Yeah,
at the running subjects.
I did not shoot at them, I shot over their head.
It doesn't matter. You shot towards them. Whether you shot over their heads or not, you're shooting towards them. Okay? All right?
You shoot straight up in the air.
It doesn't matter. You shot towards the direction over their heads.
Yeah,
You said you're an educated man, but don't put together. You shot it.
not at them, I shot over their heads.
Same difference.
I don't agree.
Okay? But your actions killed someone.
I don't know that.
But we're gonna find out once I do the ballistics. And I'm gonna tell you right now. I've given you more than one time to tell me the truth. You're saying you shot over the heads Yeah.
That's what you're gonna stick to.
Yes, that's the truth.
Everything else.
Do you have anything else for me, Mr. Cook? Anything else for me?
No.
Anything you wanna add? Anything that is very important, is gonna help you out or assist me in figuring this out?
I don't know, I think you both been very professional.
And I thank you, I haven't disrespected you.
No, you haven't.
I just wanna get the line because
I'm very upset and I'm confused. I know that.
we have
people, and I have to know it.
we have a deceased person.
I want,
We have a deceased person,
yes, that's all.
okay? From a bullet strike.
I don't know about that.
Well, really, yes, I can tell her right now it is.
So you examined it and you found
We
it.
have a sergeant that's on scene, that he used to be a detective,
Okay,
it says, it looks like a puncture.
okay.
Then you put your story together, what you don't border patrol, put two and two together. Whether your shot is accurate or not, whether that weapon is yours or not, something happened during that heat of the moment, adrenaline, you shot. You said you shot over their heads.
I tell you, I was saying that the one shot I heard could have shot that individual too. There was one shot I heard before, remember it all started. I heard a shot, that's why I went outside and saw the guy, I heard a shot. That shot could have shot that individual.
But you know the cameras out there, right?
Oh, I'm giving permission to put them all over my ranch.
All right, is there anything else?
Not that I can think of now, but it's relevant or pertinent. I apologize if I'm not clear of problems or not.
No, you're clear. It's just, what I've been told, what you said, and what's being relayed, it's just inconsistencies. It's not adding up.
If I were you, maybe I would say with inconsistency. I mean, I understand.
This is what I do for a living,
I understand.
you know?
You're an individual that hasn't seen a body in the last 4 hours, laying on the ground.
Well, I've seen
I've
seen bodies left and right.
24 hours from now, I may be a little more calm.
I've seen bodies freshly dead.
I
Decomposed,
hear
everything,
you.
okay? So, it's just, like I said, George, I'm not here to disrespect you, I haven't been disrespectful.
No.
I appreciate you coming down here, but it's just, the story just don't match up, okay?
If I were in your shoes, maybe I would think.
Okay, so the moral of the story is, you shot, someone's dead,
Yeah.
and proximity to your car.
They're on my property, yes, the body's on my property.
So, I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back. You stay right here, okay?
Yeah, I would like to have some fun.
I'll get you some water, that's where I was going.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring you a bottle of water, okay? I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm sitting right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Brandon, would you like me to fast forward through the time when nothing's said?
What's your position? What's the gap?
I think it's a few minutes.
We can,
Is there something else?
I think so.
So you just want to fast forward to that point? No.
Ladies, fast forward. This gentleman looks like he is trying to cooperate. I don't see him fidgeting. I don't see the typical signs of body language. By the way, I did take a course in body language in college. Actually,
Hey, George, we ran out of bottles, but we have a cup of water, if that's okay with you.
I don't drink any water except bottled water.
Got you. Yeah, like I mentioned, we ran out of the,
Well, I won't die.
okay.
some places the water's kind of nah. Okay. Oh, they have one more. Oh, how long? It's I can't read it. I went and got him a bottled water. Congratulations. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate y'all. that you
Medication and I'm on medication, okay?
enjoy this as much as you can.
George?
Yeah, let me ask you.
You're under
mentioned my
arrest.
wife is-
Yeah, she's fine.
It's like she's on medication and I'm on medication. Okay. My blood pressure medication is at my house. So,
They're gonna arrest him, I bet.
and I take like a bunch of different pills.
Where are the pills at?
They're in my medicine cabinet.
I left some pills in your pocket, what pills
They're not my high blood pressure medication.
because you told me that.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it out.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they have to be in there, they have to be in the original container.
Yeah.
Alright,
I can tell you what they are.
And they
Okay, George.
took his phone without a
You
warrant.
put them away. I'll put them away, put them right here.
And I'm a high blood pressure.
Yeah, they're getting ready to arrest him.
Alright, George.
That's-
Is there anything else you wanna answer? Is there anything else you wanna tell me before we end this?
I'm thinking.
Yeah, another gun. No, just kidding. Yeah, he knows he's getting arrested.
I never say anything.
Hey,
He wants to go home, but he's not gonna go home. Fortunately.
You keep on taking pills, and I'm here, okay?
You know what the
I can say this.
Go ahead.
Bruce County courts have not put the minutes up from yesterday, and I need the minutes.
I want you to hear this.
alright, George, alright, go ahead, tell me what this you need to know, or what I need to know.
If I had thought that I had shot someone, I would have been stupid to call the border patrol, and I knew they were going to call the sheriff.
Yeah, that's a fair
That
enough
would be the dumbest
statement.
thing that an educated man would do. I would have never called, period. I have no idea, I do not believe that I shot this person, I know I didn't shoot this person. If I thought there was any chance I shot the person, I would not have called him.
Why would you say that?
Because only an idiot would call him.
He's right.
Because it would be like,
Why would you call if you knew?
I don't know.
Sorry.
I suppose the man breaking in your house and he's got a gun and he threatens your life.
Okay,
Texas. That aired
I
property.
already asked you, they were second, I just said.
No, I'm just,
Let me finish. Okay. I already asked you if they were now, you said, okay? You already said your life was in danger because they had a rifle on you. Okay?
I said my life wasn't there.
Well, that's what I'm saying, your life was in danger because the man had a rifle and you said that
He
tried
tried
to
to
not
knock
and pointed at you.
Right.
Oh,
You shot at them, but not at them, over them.
I shot over their heads.
The body is, this is in your property,
Yes.
okay, what is believed to be with a single gunshot wound, okay?
Okay.
Long gunshot wound. You said you shot with an AK-47.
Yes.
okay. They're explaining why they're going to
And
arrest him.
your inconsistent stories and what was said and what was told and what was relayed to us, okay?
If you say so.
Okay. That's not what I say, so it's what's being recorded. Okay, so George, I'm gonna ask you one
Not
time.
showing
Is there
me anything.
anything else that you want to tell me right now to help yourself out?
I don't see what I can tell you to help myself.
Okay. So George, as of right now, you're gonna be under arrest
I understand.
for first degree murder.
I understand.
You understand?
I understand.
So we're gonna go ahead and process you.
Okay.
There's a gentleman that's gonna take you right now. Obviously, we're probably gonna have to take you to the hospital, so you can get some medication prescribed, and you're gonna be booked in for first degree murder.
I understand.
Okay, is there anything else you wanna add?
No.
Okay, so as of right now, I'm gonna go ahead and interview, and we'll go from here,
Okay.
okay?
Thanks.
So
If
this
he
is
was
Very professional.
this way,
Detective Ainza, along
he
with
wouldn't be
Detective
so
Barba.
kind. Look at him. He's shaking the hand of the people arresting him.
George Allen Kelly at 2119 hours.
Well, if you come a white.
I believe him. I've been waiting to see
Okay,
this.
very well, just hold on, okay? Stay right here.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to stop for a second. I've been waiting to see this because, by the way, the prosecution painted this from their opening arguments, it made it sound like a totally different picture. I'm not an expert on body language. I have taken some courses in it. I can tell you right now, there's no fidgeting, there's no shifting. There's a lot of things that don't. I mean, the speech pattern, everything's the same. His breathing seems to be very normal. I mean, his eye movement's very normal. Everything is normal. I mean, he's not doing anything that I personally can see that would lead to something that is indicative of people who are lying or making it up. And at his age, it's kind of hard sometimes to keep things straight. I'm not saying that's anything wrong with it. We just slow down as we get a little older. And I think that he handled the pressure very well. But one thing he did wrong, he talked. He should have say, nope, I'm not going to speak to anybody until I have a lawyer. If you don't have one now, I will get one. But I'm not going to speak to you until I have a lawyer. That's the only thing I can see he did wrong. But I don't see anything there that would make me convict him. And every time he said up, his hands were in the same degree. He didn't say up, 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 up. It was consistent in the same angle. Sometimes if you're lying, a lot of things aren't that consistent.
All the questions? All right. Cross-examination.
I think he's going to testify after that.
Sorry, I was shocked. He told me you would have questions after.
He's been through hell. Can't imagine getting arrested for the first time and put in jail at the age of 73.
Well, why, I can talk after lunch. While we are on this video,
I like her.
let's talk about that first. Wasn't my order, but it's fresh in our minds, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely not something that would happen in LA.
You asked over and over, did you shoot at these gentlemen? And the response was, no, I didn't shoot at those gentlemen. But when you asked, did you shoot? He said yes and followed up with over the head, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Now, it seems to me like we're combining the events of what happened earlier to what happened that evening, okay? The 5 subjects that ran across his window would be heading in a southward direction, correct?
That's correct.
Allegedly.
As he said, they were running parallel to him.
That's correct.
And you now understand he's in his home, in his kitchen. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And we all went out there yesterday and we're talking about the location of the body is due east, correct?
That's correct.
Give or take a few degrees, whatever, generally speaking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, if a person sees subjects running across the window and the wife sees 2 of them running across the window, because think about it this way. If he says, Wanda, quiet, look outside. Some of them could have already ran past the window. Is that possible?
It could be possible.
And then she looks up and sees 2, correct?
That's what she's stating.
That's what she did state over and over and adamantly in court. You've been in here the whole time, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. Now there's dispute, what she's saying. And we could talk about those disputes a little bit later. But for the sake of her adamant testimony, she saw 2, 3 could have already came out of the view of the window, correct?
It's possible.
Thank you. Now, you said there was no evidence.
Exactly, ma'am.
There's a witness, and she's sitting right behind me, and her name is Wanda Kelly.
I know, ma'am. I recognize
Okay.
it.
Witnesses are.
No, you don't. Not again. Not again. We'll get it back. I'm sorry. It is their feed. Every time that does that, I do have my diagnostics running. It is on them, not us.
that he died there, or did he die out there recklessly somewhere over the ridge, down in the creek, and received a bullet?
He died where he was at.
Okay, so you want to stay with that? How does that gun pointed at the people to the right affect the person that's due east? How does that happen?
Woo! Now,
Can you repeat the question?
How does a bullet that is being shot in the southern direction over the heads of these subjects end up in a bullet that is a person that's due east? How's that reckless? And how did it happen?
The evidence shows, ma'am, that Mr. Kelly came out of his porch and shot towards the direction. The body is dead directly behind his porch.
That's your testimony, sir. What evidence do you have of that?
The trajectory of the bullet, ma'am, coming in and out of the body, is coming from the direction of the Kelly house.
You heard testimony.
Finish now.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, ma'am? That's where it's coming from. It goes from right to left, from bottom, and exits the chest. It is coming from the direction of the Kelly house.
no,
Let
it's
me
not.
give you another possibility. If the judge is the location of the ravine that we
Sorry, guys.
stopped to look at yesterday, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And the dead body is over here. Did you notice the elevation towards the ravine was way lower than the elevation where the body was?
The washerman going down,
Watch. The arroyo.
Watch ravine.
Watch the ravine.
it drops, yeah, it drops down.
It drops in.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if you recall, when we had that little stick that we put through the skeleton, you could see it was an upward direction. So what if someone from the ravine, depending where I'm at, I might be even closer, and they're lower and shoot in a direction that comes up and raises up and comes out my heart.
Oh, the
But the
witness.
ravine is on the other side of the body, ma'am. The
Ooh.
shot that came into the victim is on the right side. You're talking about the ravine to the left side.
Then the
Huh.
medical examiner said,
Look at him.
Yes, you
He's
can
looking to
take
see if the
steps.
jury believes him.
yes, you can even go feet. Yes, you might be able to go yards. How do you know that he didn't try to go get help after being shot and took some steps and fell in the direction of the house? How do you know that?
Because there's no signs of struggle or signs or blood drippings
struggle.
or anything that suggests that he walked.
Well, sir, do you remember his testimony when he rolled up on this and saw the body and told the call center there was no sign of blood? The medical examiner said most of the blood was contained in the body.
Yes, I understand. I remember that.
And when you have an exit location and you roll someone over, you're going to allow the blood to move in a direction that will allow maybe possible leakage at that time. And hence we see that in the shirt, correct?
That's correct.
So you're moving the body may have caused all the bleeding for people to see.
This means,
And I say you, meaning your department.
I understand that.
Okay. The problem is, sir,
oh, I like
that
it.
the burden of proof, first at probable cause and now in the court beyond a reasonable doubt, lies with you guys. And I want to go ahead and examine what evidence do you really have, sir, because we've heard a lot of testimony for 3 weeks. Would you agree?
That's correct, ma'am.
And I'd like to go over some of that testimony and come back to this. But you don't consider this a confession interview, do you?
The interview I conducted with Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
A complete confession?
Yes.
No, ma'am. The thing is, he was very unreliable from the beginning. Coming into this interview, I had enough information what had occurred. Mr. Kelly walked into that interview thinking that I didn't know what had occurred.
Well,
I gave him.
Yeah, exception, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ma'am.
no,
Objection.
You can finish your sentence. That's
I
fine.
gave him multiple opportunities to come forward and tell me. It took Mr. Kelly 30 minutes before he confessed to me, well, admitted to shooting. And like I say, he said he's shooting over the heads, not at them, like I explained to you earlier, man.
Okay, let's look at your questions. You are the trained interviewer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This man admitted I just saw a dead body and basically was still in the shock of that. And you brushed it off when he tried to tell you that. And he
Yep.
said, maybe if you talk to me tomorrow, I'll be calmer.
Yep.
You heard that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kelly is a man's man. He comes into an interview with you knowing darn well what he's there for, why you arrested him out at the scene, okay, and brought him in handcuffs, right? You don't think he doesn't know? People know that, right? You're handcuffed, you're probably under arrest, correct?
Yep.
He's an educated man. I believe he would know, ma'am.
Okay, and we learned about his education. Thank you.
That's correct.
Now, you did nothing wrong. Go with me for a second. And then in the same location that your departments and the Border Patrol, everyone searched out there and no one found a body. We don't even know if that body walks later or earlier was there. We just don't know.
You don't
We
know
don't
the real
have that
time.
evidence, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Now,
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. We don't know the real
he's
time.
cutting up a little bit of humor, just like he did with his text messaging. So let's talk about the text messaging and come back to this. You had a chance to look through all those text messages, right?
If you're talking about the ones with Detective Barbara did on the search warrant,
Yes, and it was with Jeremy Marcel, and then it moved into friend and family,
Hey,
right?
she's gonna nail
I
this.
briefly looked at them, yes.
Okay, and you heard the testimony here, and they conveyed it to everyone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If you knew that you were a senior citizen with your wife, no one else out there on a big ranch, and people on a regular basis are coming through his property, and Border Patrol is taking the time to warn him about it, and Jeremy was warning him through January as it led up to this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you've
Okay.
been shot multiple
Yes.
three. Sorry.
And this is not this is a type of guy that thinks he can handle everything himself. And he probably wouldn't admit it, but I bet you he had to be very worried and very scared on his own property. Is that possible?
On the day of the incident,
Leading up to it, the last half year, however far back you need to go.
it's his choice to live out there, man.
When you own that much land, and they usually come out there in the winter and go to another location, like a snowbird, right? Did he mention that to you?
Yes.
Okay. But he owns it. This is his home. And he can't even be on his own home. And he's being told it's scary out there. And he hears about it. And he learns about a dead body right down the road from him, a lady. You put it together how he should feel. Should he be scared?
Dad tells me wearing that body, ma'am, that dead body, that was not a murder or,
We don't know what he heard, but I'm saying is the rumors went out that a lady died right down the road, and neighbors have conveyed different messages than possibly what you eventually investigated. The point is, the fear factor, and him being a man's man cuts up jokes instead of saying, best friend, I'm scared. Son, I'm scared. I'm worried about your mom.
Objection, Your Honor, testimonial. Third question.
These are, his behavior on the text messages could have resulted from his reaction to fear, just like he did when he started off the interview with you. It's possible, right?
that's exactly what I asked him, ma'am. I asked him, we thought he shot out of fear to tell me.
No. The fear wasn't that he shot out of fear. The fear was he's in a police station being interrogated by a detective accusing him of doing it. People do get scared when they get around the police. Would you agree?
Not everyone,
A lot of people do, sir.
not everyone.
I bet you note in your
Even if
report
you
that the
are
behaviors of
innocent the whole
people
time and you
acting
get questioned, it's still nerve-wracking and scary as hell.
I heard the question.
that you have made numerous reports of people acting scared or acting nervous around you. Is that common?
Overall. It is common.
Okay. And you don't know this man for Adam, right? I mean, you never met him before this incident, correct?
It's the first time I ever Mr. Katz.
So you don't know his character, do you?
Exactly.
Okay. So you're drawing your own conclusions without knowing the rest of the story. It's possible, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, let's start back at the beginning when we have a mishap of communication from Jeremy to his supervisor, to the call center, to dispatching out information saying that he admitted to shooting.
He didn't admit nothing.
Can I get number 2, please?
Oh, she's in a skirt today. Usually she's in pants. Look, I have been in an interview, and let me tell you, even when you know you're innocent, even when you know that you're, even as a witness being interviewed, even though you're not being looked at as the criminal, even as a witness, sitting in that room with the recording of you and everything you do and say, it's nerve-wracking as all get out. And anybody in that situation would be nervous, and your heart rate will go up, and your palms will sweat, whatever.
This form was done right after, give it take a few minutes, whatever, after you interviewed Mr. Kelly, correct?
That's correct.
Now, he denied this, and I'm going to blow it up just a drop too for anyone that needs the eyesight.
I got to tell you, if I ever have to hire an attorney in Arizona, I'm hiring that woman. She is good. Very good.
Mr. Kelly was interviewed and admitted to, what's that word there, sir? Shooting? I want to make sure I get this quote right.
He admitted to the gun. That's how I
Last
would
line.
say it, but I would not admit to shooting the
Shooting?
person.
Yes. Yes, shooting.
Could you read the rest of the sentence?
At male subjects. A deceased male subject was discovered on his property.
The male subjects that he said he shot over the head were the 5 people he tried to report, correct?
That's correct.
And that was plural.
That's correct.
How you get from that group to the east direction of body, I'm not sure how you place that body from one group to the other. How do you?
This is based on what Mr. Cal did, the 5 subjects, whether it was the 2 that passed or the other ones. This is what was documented.
So he's being arrested then not for a first-degree murder, but for assault, aggravated assault for shooting over the head of 5 subjects on his property?
At the time of the booking and the arrest, ma'am, this was what the charge was.
Which is?
First-degree murder.
So that's premeditated.
That's correct, ma'am. I'm sorry.
What's that?
No, I
Okay.
changed something on the screen.
It's okay. And first degree is premeditated.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're saying that he went out there and thought it out that he was going to shoot someone?
His actions, ma'am, knowing what he was doing, he went out there. Unlawful discharge of the firearm, disregard for human life. He went out there and shot, man.
And you do believe in the self-defense ability that all Americans have a right to defend themselves, correct?
I do believe that, ma'am.
Okay, and person raising a rifle up at you, sir, right now I'm raising my handgun at you, and what would you do if I did? Be honest, what would you do?
I would shoot back.
Okay, so you would take your weapon out if it's not already out, if it was only a handgun, but if you had a rifle in your hands, you would raise it at me and possibly shoot right at me, wouldn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is called self-defense, sir,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. But yes, ma'am.
Okay, so nothing you've heard from him when he said a person turned around with his rifle and pointed it at him, anything about that says you don't have a right to self-defense and you're calling it reckless?
I'm not saying that, Matt, completely. Mr. Kelly stated, when I asked him if they were coming at them, he said no. I did ask him if they pointed the weapon at him. He did say yes, but he never said that they shot at him.
Gee, sir, do you need to wait till a bullet hits you before you return fire?
I'm not saying that, man.
Okay, so Mr. Kelly did not need to wait for another shot, but he's already heard one, correct? Based on his version of calling Jeremy, he said, I heard a shot, correct?
Based on his testimony, he said he heard one shot.
And he said that to you in his interview, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so now he knows that something's out there willing to shoot at something, and you want him to wait till another bullet hits him?
No, ma'am.
Personally, I wouldn't have done what he would have done. I would have shot at the person with the rifle and not up in the air. That was pretty gracious, wouldn't you say?
Snap! Oh my gosh. I'm with her though. I would have. I'm going to
No,
give it.
ma'am.
Personally, I wouldn't have done what he would have done. I would have shot at the person with the rifle and not up in the air. That was pretty gracious, wouldn't you say?
Objection, Your Honor. This is it.
It was sustained, but it got the point across. Oh my Lord. Have mercy.
I'm still kind of confused how shooting off to the right, where these men were seen running, crossing his window. I'm still confused how you think because he was just out there and had a gun, that meant he killed the man in the east direction.
You were out there, man. You've
Yes.
seen the pictures of how many rounds we found. Right? There was one to the right and the rest to the left. Mr. Kelly gonna be shooting from left to right or right to left. There's 9 casings that were found out there.
Now, I'm not going to bore with all those photos. We saw them all earlier, but I do have a couple on that point I'd like to show you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe these are coming from the grouping. Just a minute, Your Honor. Yes.
Wow, 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 wow. She went across. And do you know what? How many of us would have done the same thing? I mean,
I'm
oh,
just going to mark them to be safe.
how many of us would have done the same thing? Just saying.
They may not have been in another group.
Hmm. Oh, I struggle just a little bit with I just don't think this was a very good investigation. I think they pigeonholed this into one person, didn't even entertain the thought of other people. They didn't investigate anybody else. They just immediately tagged him. I love the fact that his attorney talked about somebody standing in the wash, and that makes a lot of sense. The guy that testified may have been the one that did the shooting. But say the guy is standing straight up. Say there was a struggle. Tried to rip off the fanny pack, but it hooked on. It got the buckle was broken, and it was dangling from the backpack. They got in a scuffle over the drugs or whatever that was in the backpack. So one guy's in the wash. The victim is standing above. The guy shoots him. It's in the rib, out the chest, and he runs and falls face first. or he falls and he gets dragged. But there is just too much reasonable doubt. Sorry, y'all. Not sorry. I mean, I don't know what they're hemming and hawing over. Let's speed this up. It's still hemming and hawing.
Okay, let me show you the fence,
Thank you.
000 and N. Go ahead and take a look at it and tell me if you can identify these photos. And what are they?
These are shell casings identified with placards just outside the porch leading out from Mr. Kelly's residence.
Okay, and which numbers are these placards?
1 and 2.
Okay. And this accurately depicts the way y'all put these down, these numbers, in order to reflect this evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to enter into evidence defense 000 and N.
Okay, here we go, y'all. Getting a little spicy. I like it. I'm waking up. It's always hard after lunch. You just want to go to sleep. I still believe with all the fibers within me that this guy is going to be acquitted. What the heck is this commercial for? Oh, it is their TV channel, so you have to kind of go with the flow on the commercial.
Authorities are now asking the public for help.
News never stops. And neither
Get up. Let's do a stretch break, y'all. Stand up.
important information.
Stretch.
For breaking news when it
Take a
happens,
deep breath.
turn to News 4 Tucson.
Get that blood moving. Dance a
Here was
little.
this family living the American dream.
She said Angie's
My Apple Watch tells me I need to stand up.
to cover it up. The police said we have no suspects.
You're just driven to provide your mom justice.
We need to
Dateline tonight.
kind of take a deep breath, go to the bathroom,
Investigators. They are committed
get something to eat,
to answers,
something to
expose
drink.
truth,
I
and
thank
to
you for
fight
joining me.
you.
I made a cake.
No matter where you live in Southern
And
Arizona,
as I've said before, I am new at this, but I'm excited to be here.
News 4
I am
Tucson
learning my
brings you local
system.
stories
Hopefully
and
my mic
breaking
is on.
news
It is on.
wherever you watch.
I got 3
Streaming
places
live
this
on the
mic
News
cut
4
off.
Tucson app and local map.
So sometimes it
YouTube
gets a
TV,
little
Apple TV, and
kind of
Fire
hairy.
TV, Roku, Hulu, and Peacock. News
But
4 Tucson,
with
wherever
that,
you watch.
let me know what you think about the show. Comment, like, please subscribe, y'all. It is so hard building a news channel. So this is a lot of work, and the only way you can really bless me is just subscribe. Just hit the button. All it is, it doesn't cost you anything. I am not monetized yet, and I don't have any sponsors yet. We'll see where it goes. I'm going to mute the static a little bit. That static drives me nuts. I have tinnitus, and it sounds like
3 o'clock, we're gonna break for the weekend. Have a great weekend. Remember the admonition of the court. We'll be back here Tuesday morning at 8:30 to continue with the examination of the witness. We're adjourned until 8:30. Have a good weekend.
Revise report.
y'all. No. What? Boy, that judge is hightailing it out of there. He's usually not doing that. Okay, y'all. I am really, really perplexed. He is not happy it's taking so long. I think he may have gotten a little bit of an admonishment for the way he handled yesterday. I don't know. Yesterday was a hot mess. So We will be off until Tuesday. I will be something else Monday. I might do a whole review, put a whole review together on Monday, or I may just take Monday off. I've been sitting here every day since this trial, literally 8 hours a day. And so I may take that day off. But with that, I hope you'll have a fabulous weekend. I hope that you guys can find time to do something for yourself, take care of yourself. May you be blessed. And remember, be kind to each other. This world is a hard place to be in, and everybody has their struggles. So be kind to those who are working in fast food establishments. Be kind to that stranger who may growl at you. You never know what they're walking through. Who knows? It may be a wife of someone who's on trial like this guy is. But anyway, we'll see you for sure Tuesday, possibly Monday. In the meantime, have a great weekend.